Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. Or if you're watching or listening back to this a little bit later, then welcome to In Deep Sleep. What we have got today is, it's a little bit of a twist, I think, on the old tinfoil theory Thursdays that I've done a few times. This is headcanon Thursdays. So the idea is that this isn't tinfoil. This is stuff that you actually think is genuinely the case. But for whatever reason, you don't have all of the evidence for it. You just think it makes sense. So that's what we're going to talk about today. It's just reactive from me. I've got a whole load of these from my patrons. I will pick up as much as I can from the chat as we are going through. It's one of those ones that could be an hour, it could be 7 hours. Who knows? We'll see how we go. So let's start off with, and we'll obviously go all over the place with this. So don't expect a particular order. Saying, hi, Robert. I know many agree with me, and I believe you talked at least a bit about this in a previous live stream. I'm convinced that the high tower has magical wards protecting it. It's one of those incredible structures that some say was built by Brandon the Builder. With the wall, with Storm's End and Winterfell all being structures attributed to him and all having, or strongly hinted at having, magical wards built into them, I think it just makes sense that the High Tower would have the same protections. Leighton Hightower is said to be reading magic texts up in the High Tower with his daughter. It's possible the High Towers are aware of the magic imbued in its construction. This could be very interesting if Euron does attack Old Town and is using Eldritch magic in that attack. The High Tower may be the one bastion that could withstand that kind of attack and actually be better prepared than Euron or us as readers expect for a magic-backed invasion. Yeah, so there are many layers to this. There are a few ancient places in Westeros that are said, legend has it, to have been built or inspired by or have some connection with Bran the Builder. Winterfell is obviously one of them. The Wall is another one. Storm's End is one. And the other is the High Tower. Now, those other ones, the Wall, we know it's got some kind of magical protection. Storm's End has some kind of magical protection. That's why Melisandre needed to be rode in there by Davos before she could give birth to the Shadow Baby. So both of those clearly have some kind of magical barrier or something going on. Winterfell, we don't know. Maybe it does as well. It's clearly magical, though. So what about the High Tower? Well, the High Tower predates this. That's the one thing we know about the High Tower is that it predates Bran the Builder. So Winterfell wasn't there before him. The Wall, we know roughly when that was built. Storm's End, apparently he was the person who decided to build that design. However, the High Tower, the story goes that this was the fourth, I think, attempt to build a tower on that island. And before that, there was this complex underground, the tunnel complex, which it was made from, as far as we can tell, because we've not been there in the books, it was made from the same kind of fused stone that we see in things like the Five Forts. So this basis was there a very long time. What Bran allegedly did was to build the High Tower, the stone tower that we see today. So this, I think, sets it slightly apart from the other things that are associated with Bran the Builder, because he has just built the tower, not the actual fundamental construction of what's underneath it. So perhaps that means that this doesn't have the same protections that those other Bran the Builder things might do. Now, that said, I do like this idea that Euron will attack. I think we're all agreed Euron probably will attack Old Town. He sent a few just like spies in there, as far as we can tell, to just check out the defenses. He's taking on the sea forces first. After that, Old Town seems the most obvious place for him to be going. So, assuming he does attack it, the literary bits of foreshadowing that we have are very much about the library. They're very much about the citadel itself being burned down. The high tower, though, there's not so much there. So I do actually kind of like this idea that the fighting can go on all around. The Ironborn can wash over the city, can destroy so much of it, but they just can't get into this high tower for whatever reason. That does kind of work for me, and I suspect that might kind of work for George R. R. Martin himself. But all of this is speculation. We have to be honest about this because we've not had much by way of information about the Hightower, about what might be going on with House Hightower, with Old Town more broadly. The only bits of information we have are from the prologue and then the Sam chapter in A Dance with Dragons, where we get little bits of information about what's happening on the ground level. We still haven't been to the high tower itself, so we don't know. We don't know what's going on. They are still a mystery. The high towers are still a mystery as to what they're up to. But I do like the idea. I mean, I wouldn't personally put it at headcanon yet, but I would put it as, yeah, that sounds like a reasonable plan. Let's go to Caius Ballerina picking up. Oh, thank you very much. I love it when people getting in early with this. When people pick up questions from those in the chat. This is a question from Livac. Roos and Walder used Fat Walder's love letters as a way to send coded messages in case the rebellion began to crumble. It explains why Roos thought such simple messages worth burning. Yeah, I'm with you on this. In case you missed it, and there's no shame in missing this, because we only see it through Arya's perspective when she's there in Harrenhal and Roose Bolton's there in Harrenhal. Roose gets letters from his wife, and the letters seem to be the same, or very nearly the same every time. They're really boring, but he avidly reads them. There's no indication that he's madly in love with his wife. So the hint is that maybe she's sending messages from the north down to him. What messages need to be sent? Well, he's there down in Harrenhal. Ramsay is up in the north, doing stuff up in the north, preparing the way for the Boltons and the Freys to be turning on the Starks and then the Boltons to be taking over in the north. So, although we don't know all of the ins and outs of the code, it seems quite likely that she was sending him things in code, probably at quite a high level. He would read it, he would understand it, and he burned the letters straight away. So, yeah, I think I'm with this. It's one of those things that in my this exactly what I wanted this live stream to be about. It's headcanon for me. That probably will never be disproved. Maybe at some point it might be proved, but it just makes perfect sense. Bruce had to know what was going on in the north. He had to understand what Ramsay was up to. And he did get information from the north. He got it from his wife, and the letters seemed very boring, but he paid a lot of attention to them, which seemed slightly out of character, and then he burned them. So, yeah, absolutely. I agree with this completely. Let's go to a question from Magma Frost saying, I hope this isn't straying into tinfoil theory, but I think the others actually don't want Craster's babies, at least most of them. I think they're wanting one of Craster's babies to be a greenseer. We're told greenseers are very rare, so the others might need to essentially farm first men babies, and Craster's is the perfect family for this end. What specifically the others might want with the green seer is going to vary with each theory as to what the others are. Personally, I'm in agreement with Michael Talks About Stuff. That's a YouTube channel. Check them out. Hi there. Michael Talks About Stuff. That they are green seer shadow babies. And from that perspective, it's easy to imagine why the others would want green seer babies. Okay, so there are a few things in there. As for Craster, as far as we can tell, he talks about, or we talk about him having this deal. He doesn't have a deal. As far as we can tell, he's never met the others. It's not like he's got some kind of written contract with them. They are the cold gods. And he is putting up an offering. From his perspective, he is putting up an offering to them so that they leave him alone. That's what's going on from his perspective. Now, do they want the babies in order to catch a green seer? I personally think not. And the reason I think not is, and although these are probably rounded numbers, what we're told is that 1 in 1,000 of those with first men blood is a skin changer. Very rare. And 1 in 1,000 skin changers is a green seer. My maths suggests that's 1 in 1,000,000. So if they are actually looking for a green seer, then picking a random family and then every few, I mean, who knows how often he had boy children, but every few months randomly picking up a male child on the off chance that that might be a green seer, that doesn't seem very likely to me. That they would have to be waiting for many, many, many thousands of years in order to have a good chance to get a green seer. So I don't think that was the deal. What then did they want with them? That for me is the bit that is most intriguing, because the honest answer is we do not know in the books. Now, on the show, they picked up, you'll remember, it was season 4, episode 6 or 7, whatever it was. They picked up the baby and then they went all the way up to the far north, put it down on that altar thing and turned its eyes blue. The implication was turning it into a White Walker. Now, that, I can remember at the time, led to a huge amount of questions. So is this how White Walkers are created? So does this mean that White Walker babies happen and then they grow up? Do they have any memory of who they were before? Are they a completely changed being? There are so many questions that the TV show just from that point did not answer. So the question is that from George R. R. Martin? Now, seasons 1 to 4, he did have an input, in as much as he wrote 1 episode each season. Now, he didn't write that episode, so we can't categorically say he was okay with this for the TV show as a thing. Personally, I suspect that the Walkers taking a baby and turning it into another White Walker would be such a lore issue that if George R. R. Martin had written that episode and had included that, he would have had to green light it at the very least. So we can't be 100% certain here. Now, what does this all add up to? I think, unfortunately, this is one of those things that we have to be honest and say we don't know. We do not know what they did. We get a couple of clues. We get the legend of the Night's King, where there were sacrifices, children to the others, which seems to suggest that maybe this is a sacrifice in some way, and they do just kill it. We have another clue in the TV show. George R. R. Martin didn't come out strongly and say, no, that's heretical and wrong. Is his silence an indication that that's therefore close to the truth? I think we have to just be humble and say, in the books, we do not have enough information yet to know exactly what's going on here. Something big happened on the TV show that for me, it doesn't chime right. There are too many questions, but that doesn't mean that there's no bit of truth to this. So I wouldn't personally put that up there as headcanon. I would put this up there as this is something we need to know more about. Brian Valco in the chat just saying, I get the people wanting answers to questions about the Craster's incest baby stuff, but I will say it was still a cool looking scene. Yeah, I think for me, I think that's really important. It did look cool, and while we were watching the TV show, probably we all thought, oh yeah, oh wow, that's amazing. And I think that's what the showrunners were going for, was just a reaction. And Andrew Kay saying, I do think George R. R. Martin's Game of Thrones silence would seem to perhaps suggest that Game of Thrones got many of the big beats right, but just fumbled the nuance and delivery rather than blatant deviation. Well, yeah, I'm more inclined to trust the earlier big beats than the later big beats for the toxic butterflies reason that George R. R. Martin has come out with, which is, as he said at the time, but stronger more recently, is that if at the beginning or early on in a story you make a change, then that change will have repercussions later, and those repercussions will get bigger the further in you go. So deciding that you don't have say young Griff on the TV show, which was a decision that was made in whichever season that was at, season 5 maybe, that just meant that Tyrion had a slightly different route to Daenerys. So he didn't go down on the Shy Maid down the River Royne. We didn't get any of that business. He made his way to Daenerys in a different way. And I suspect that the showrunners will have thought at the time, okay, well, we can just cut that out. Tyrion still gets there. What's the difference? But from George R. R. Martin's perspective, what happened with young Griff is that he then launched an invasion. Probably young Griff is going to take King's Landing from Cersei. Cersei's probably going to head off west, which means that when Daenerys arrives, she's not facing Cersei, she's facing somebody else who claims to be a Targaryen, which leads to a completely different set of interactions between the two of them. And then this just expands out for a long way. So that is what we're talking about when we're saying toxic butterflies. So I tend to be slightly more generous towards the showrunners early on, partly because George R. R. Martin was involved, and partly because I think that they understood a bit more about this toxic butterfly thing. The later you get into the show, the bigger the differences are because of whatever changes they made earlier. And that means that we should probably place less weight on it. Okay, let's go to a question from Project Mathasar saying Aegon the Sixth or Fagon has to be a Blackfire. There's no reason George R. R. Martin would write as he has that on his branch of Dany's family, write as he has on that branch of Dany's family without them being a rival to her. Yeah, so I don't even know if this counts as headcanon, but I guess it probably does, that Fagon is a Blackfire. I think all the evidence suggests that that is the case. By all the evidence, it's it's along the lines of there has to be a reason why Varys wants this person to be on the throne. It's not just because he just thinks, that seems like a cool kid. He doesn't express any particular loyalty to the Targaryens. He has loyalty, however, we know, to Illyrio, and Illyrio uh, clearly had a woman that he loved who seems to have been very, very kind of Targaryen-y, definitely Valyrian in features. And then we get young Griff, who claims that he is Aegon the Sixth. So when you add in all of these things, I've done videos on this if you want the deeper logic on this one. But as far as I'm concerned, it makes most sense if he actually is a Blackfire. As Illyrio says, the Blackfires have been that they're ended. Their line is ended on the male line. And he would only say that if he knew that that had not been ended on the female line, and he would also know that that was important. So that's the kind of the high level logic. But if you want to know more, go and check out those videos. Anonymous saying Walder Frey would have betrayed Robb even if he married a Frey. George R. R. Martin set him up as the late Lord Frey from the very start. He was always opportunistic. Yes, I think I would agree. Although I think I would. It's hard to get into George R. R. Martin's mind on these things, but I think he was the fact that he betrayed him was probably baked in quite early on into this plot. George R. R. Martin hasn't told us when and where he thought of the Red Wedding, but I think he thought of it relatively early on. And if he thought of the Red Wedding as relatively early on, he had to think about who's going to host this, who's going to be the people betraying. House Frey is there. So, yes, I think it was actually more a matter of George R. R. Martin working out how did he get to that point rather than, are the Freys good guys or not? If that makes sense. Let's go to a question from Sir Steve the O. I was recently pondering about the prince that was promised bloodline. I was browsing the Targaryen family tree, as one does, for no reason. Well, we've all been there. And I can't help feel that the prince that was promised bloodline combines strong magical families. Notably, Targaryen/Valyrian, the old gods from the Blackwood line, Rhoynar magic, House Dane. I suspect there is some old magic with that house, given the Forging of Dawn could be Lightbringer, and then Stark, where the old god magic seems to be strong. So, no specific theory other than the prominence of the bloodlines that leads to Rhaegar/Daenerys and the Stark edition via Lyanna. Yeah, so I would absolutely, headcanon. I'm with this. I did do a video. I can't remember. I might have had to take that one down, but it will come up. I promise. As part of a When in Doubt, a Blame Bloodraven series. The bloodline that we have for the Targaryens. We know the last couple of generations before we get to people like Rhaegar and Dany and people like that. That's just Targaryens marrying each other. But before that, we get the last non-Targaryen family to marry into that line were the Blackwoods, who are, as we know, very strong First Men blood. And there's more than a hint of old gods magic to them. If you go back a generation or two before that, you get House Dane. Now, House Dane are also, obviously, a very magically infused house. If you go back a little bit before that, you get the Martells. And the Martells are obviously filled with this kind of Rhoynish river magic. And then you get the, if you go all the way back to Emma Arryn, that's the Emma who married Viserys the First. You'll remember her from season 1, episode 1 of House of the Dragon, who, completely by the by, that was a really good performance. So I've forgotten the actress's name who was playing Emma Arryn there, but she was excellent. But if you then look at this, you get this family line that has, yes, we've got the Targaryen Valyrian bloodline running all the way through this, but you get the magical bloodlines from the First Men via House Blackwood. Whatever the Danes are, which is, we've been told they're not Valyrian. They may have purple eyes or blue eyes, but they're not Valyrian, but they seem to be from the Great Empire of the Dawn or something along those lines. Then we get the Martells, who have this kind of Rhoynish magic. And then we get the Andal magic through House Arryn. Now, that seems to be, if you kind of plot it out, seems to be, if you had to create a kind of a magical history, genealogy for the prince that was promised, that expressed the entirety of Westeros, that is what you would go for. So whatever other Valyrians or House Targaryen or Velaryons or whoever that the Targaryens married, that is the magical heritage. I've said it many times before, but Dany's genealogy, if you actually look at it, yes, her parents were both Targaryens, their parents were both Targaryens, but if you go back further generations, you'll find actually she can only kind of at a DNA level, she's at best 1/8 Targaryen. And the rest comes from other magical families. So, yeah, you're right, I think, not to pose a question here so much as just note this. My default position, as you know, is when in doubt, blame Bloodraven. And there is, I think I've got a question on it a bit later, but there is a period of time where for 25 years or so, Targaryens were dying at a rate of about 1 a year. And it's very suspicious. That's when Bloodraven was around. And it's almost as if the family tree has been pruned down to this just one line. So that seems to imply that if there is somebody manipulating this family tree, it's probably Bloodraven, and they're trying to make sure that it's not just Targaryen magical inheritance that the prince that was promised has, but it's an expression of all of Westeros. Andrew Kay saying she's enough Targ. Yes, absolutely. Don't get me wrong. When I say she's at best 1/8 Targaryen, she's enough Targaryen in order to do the things that she needed to do. Let's go to a question from Ray Blackfire saying, Dany is Rhaegar's third kid and the prince that was promised. Ashara equals Elia's surrogate. Azor Ahai was Dane. Dawn is Lightbringer. Dane and Blackwood and Targ equals 3 magical lines, 3 heads. Oh, okay, there's a lot going on there. So let's pick this one up. So Daenerys is Rhaegar's third child. I mean, instinctively I say no, for a number of different reasons, because we know when she was conceived and Rhaegar wasn't there. So I think that's a no. Dany is the prince that was promised. I mean, I've said many times about the Prince that was promised and Azor Ahai is, I suspect that even after the books have been finished, we'll be arguing about who this is. Danny, out of all the characters at the moment, is the one that has the most Azor Ahai slash Prince that was promised kind of symbolism attached to them. John may well do in a little bit, but doesn't have yet. Ashara equals Elia's surrogate. So Ashara Dane is Elia's surrogate. I'm not 100% sure I get that one. Azor Ahai was a Dane, the original Azor Ahai. Well, I certainly buy into this idea that Lightbringer the sword could be the same as Dawn, because if you go, what brings light? Dawn brings light. Here's a sword called Dawn. So I 100% buy into that as a sort of a headcanon idea. Dane and Blackwood and Targaryen equals 3 magical lines, 3 heads. Yeah, so I don't necessarily follow through on all of that, but I think some of this personally, I think some of it you're very much on the right lines. Project Mathisar saying, headcanon, House Targaryen are double falseborn. Aegon the Conqueror had no sons, and Daeron II was the son of Aemon the Dragon Knight, not Aegon the Fourth. Well, so Aegon the Conqueror had no sons. I did do a video on that, I think, ages ago. Maybe not ages ago, a while ago. That was one of those collaborations with History of Westeros. So I think my overall conclusion from that is that people at the time, there were rumors about both of his children, that they might not have been his. Certainly, when you get to Visenya having a child, the child being Maegor, then perhaps there was some hint of magic there. As for Rhaenys, they only had the one child. Given what we're told about how often they shared a bed, that seems perhaps surprising that they only had the one child. But yeah, there's nothing 100% about this in any way. My general take, though, is that given the way that the Targaryens work, is that we know who the mothers were. In any event, Visenya and Rhaenys were the mothers. So whoever the father was, and the father probably was Aegon. We can't prove it, but probably was Aegon. But whoever the father was, the family line carried on regardless, because they all came from the same father. So same grandfather, I should say. So yeah, that's entirely possible. And the other thing you're saying is that Daeron II was the son of Aemon the Dragon Knight. I mean, I think that's entirely possible. But again, that doesn't invalidate the family line. If they are the son of Aemon the Dragon Knight, then he's still a Targaryen. So the family line carries on. Whitney Davis. Mysaria used blood and cheese to get back at Viserys because of her baby loss. Rhaenyra and Daemon were still culpable, though. Yeah, so there's Mysaria used blood and cheese to get back at Viserys because of her baby loss. Well, so that's I think possibly very true for the TV show. I think it's probably there are fewer hints. So Mysaria is an important character in the books, but she's a lot more mysterious, and we don't get so much of her backstory. That we don't get so much of her relationship with Daemon as we do on the TV show. So I think we probably can't be as confident in the books as we can on the TV show. Rhaenyra and Daemon were still culpable, though. Yeah, well, I mean, so Blood and Cheese, whichever way you look at it, Blood and Cheese almost certainly was Damon who commissioned it in some way. Now, Rhaenyra being culpable, when you look at the timing, Rhaenyra was going through the loss of her child. She had maybe Visenya was lost at the time, and she was understandably out of action for a while, and so Daemon kind of took control. So I think this is a Daemon thing rather than a Rhaenyra thing. But yeah, definitely still culpable. Roman Lakovitz saying, before Ariane tried to crown Marcella, Oberyn floated the same idea in the third book. Could she possibly have gotten the idea from him? Well, possibly. But there are two huge driving factors here for the Martells. The first one is that they hate the Lannisters. And specifically, they hate Tywin, they hate the Mountain Emery Lorch, the people who did them great damage. So there's a desire to get revenge on the Lannisters. And the second thing is they have a different set of rules about succession. So it's quite interesting that, as far as we can tell, before this moment in time, they never tried to impose that on anyone else, their understanding of how succession should work. But here, suddenly, they do seem to start getting a little bit stronger on that. My best understanding of what's going on there is that this isn't that they suddenly got really strong politically but the rights of the woman are the same as the rights of the man. They felt that personally, but they don't seem to have suddenly thought the entirety of Westeros must also have this. We care about equality everywhere. We never hear that kind of like a high level discussion from them. It's just how do we get revenge? And the way they think they might be able to get revenge is by leveraging this difference. So, yes, it's entirely possible that she got that idea, but also one of the things I find really quite fun when you get into the Doran and Arianne. I say Doran, the Arya Hutar and Arianne chapters. When we start to see the Dornish plot, then it's very clear that whereas Doran is very cautious, stopping, thinking about things, everyone around him is not. Everyone around him is like, well, this is how we get revenge. And they've all got a different idea. They've all got a different idea about how they go off and get revenge. One of them wants to go off and just lead an army out there. One of them wants to go and assassinate people. One of them wants to put up a new queen to challenge the king that's there. So they've all got ideas about how to do this, but it's all with the same initial idea, is that the Lannisters did them great damage. They're going to do great damage to the Lannisters. So that's the idea. Winnie Biggs 2000 saying, Quinn the GM says Benjen is Mormont's Raven. Bird is just too helpful. Also, he likes corn. Yeah, I've got a question about that coming up. I hope you don't mind if I wrap that one up with one of the questions from my patrons. Rachel Mayer saying, hello, Robert. Best to you, the family, and Dan the dog. Thank you very much. How do you like Quinn the GM's theory of Mormont's Raven being Benjen? Certainly worth a look into. Okay. I will say the same thing again there. This clearly is a thing. So I will look. In fact, I will say here and now, I did do a video. I think I did a video ages ago maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm misremembering it about what's going on with Mormont's Raven, because there is something. Regardless of what you think is going on, there's definitely something weird going on with Mormont's Raven. So I will do. Here's a commitment to you. At some point in the next month or so, I will do a video about Mormont's Raven, setting out what I think is the case. But I will answer that specific thing when I get to that question, if that's okay, from one of my patrons. On trees, this is Some People Call Me Morris. On trees, did you know that dragon blood tree exists? No, I did not. Is that in real world? So on trees, did you know that dragon blood tree exists? If that's a real world thing, let me know. I will have a quick flick through the chat in just 1 second. Mad Dog saying Benjen is on Skagos and will come back with Rickon. Okay, this is another Benjen theory. So I don't. Okay, so Skagos is, for those who don't sort of know the geography here, Skagos is an island. It's off the east coast of Westeros, but right up in the north. So far in the north that it's like, I think part of it is probably north of the wall, part of it's probably south of the wall. It is it's not counted as part of the north because they've never bent the knee to the Starks, and it's generally viewed as being, in the same way that sort of north of the wall with all the wildlings and the like is viewed as being that's untamed land, and those are savages. That's the view of Skagos. Except with Skagos, then the stories are a little bit wilder, if anything. They have unicorns there, and they're cannibals there. So, is there some truth to this? We've certainly got a hint that maybe they've got goats with just like one horn coming out, which people have interpreted as being unicorns. Are they cannibals? We don't know. Maybe it's possible. But could Benjen have gone there? For me, I don't think it's likely. So he went north of the wall. These are the facts as we know it. Is that he was a member of the Night's Watch. He went to try and find out what happened to Waymar Royce, to try and find out what's going on with all the wildlings, just to figure out what on earth's going on north of the wall. And he heads off, and he goes through the haunted forest. At some point, he gets attacked, or his party gets attacked by the others, or maybe some whites. We're not 100% certain, but those two whites who are found and then taken back into Castle Black and then awaken and start attacking people, starting attacking Gerald Mormont, for example, they were members of Benjen's group going north. So at some point he got attacked. Now, perhaps he escaped. We assume that he did because he has a way of telling people where he goes. When he goes through the trees, he like cuts the trees in a certain way so that the other rangers know, oh yeah, he went this way. And that trail goes up to the edge of the forest and towards the mountains to the northwest. So he was heading in the opposite direction to Skagos, which tells me that firstly, he was going in the wrong way. And secondly, when we last saw him, he was still committed to the mission that he had. If he went to Skagos, that was because he completely abandoned his mission and everything, and that doesn't feel like Benjen to me. Let's have a quick flick through the chat. Weirwood, thank you for doing a link across to my What Happened to Benjamin Stark video. So yeah, that's my take on what happened. And let's go to Carl Karsnark saying, go to bed with Robert every night. Yes, you can indeed go to bed with Robert every night if you wish. In Deep Sleep, if you've not come across it, In Deep Sleep is a channel I set up. I decided to lean into what people have said, which is that they use these videos, the ones on my main channel, my live streams here, to go to sleep. I know not everyone does, but a significant number of people do. If that's you, if you do use these videos to go to sleep too, then I'm not offended. I've decided I'm going to embrace it. And if you want, then go over to In Deep Sleep. There will be a link somewhere to that. And what I've done is I've taken the audio from these live streams, and I've taken my face out, and I've put in some kind of soothing image, maybe a log fire or whatever, and a little bit of background noise. So after I finish talking, then the video just carries on for 8 hours. There's no adverts in the middle of it. I've made sure there's no adverts to wake you up in the middle of it. There'll be probably a couple at the beginning, maybe a couple at the end, but the video goes on for 8 hours. So you should get a full night's sleep. If that's interesting to you, then go find In Deep Sleep wherever the link is. And while I'm doing this kind of thing, indeepgeek.com, I've given it a little lick of paint. If you've looked at that, for a long time I set up indeepgeek.com a long time ago, and then didn't touch it. I've just updated it a little bit, so please do go and have a look at it. There should be links across to all of the things that I do there if you are interested. And also, moderators here, thank you. I hugely appreciate it. I know that the people in the chat do appreciate it too, so thank you very much for all that you do. And final bit of thanks to patrons. I can't do this without your support, so I hugely appreciate you as well. And if you did want to support this channel, the best way to do that is through Patreon. So I think that's all of the notices and things done. I had a question from Jerby saying, or picking up something from HC perhaps. Oh no, actually, this is Headcanon. Here we go. Something's up with Ned not returning bones from the Tower of Joy. He takes his time to pull the Tower of Joy down, dig graves, build cairns, and go to Starfall. I don't believe it's just trauma. My headcanon is there's something more. Okay, I mean, the bit that I absolutely agree with, there's a mystery. That bit, I think we can all agree. There's something going on here with the Tower of Joy that we do not know. Now, the facts are he went there with his group of friends, and there clearly was some kind of battle or fight. That bit is in his fever dream. George R. Martin has told us not to take fever dreams necessarily 100% as the truth. But the bit we do know, because this isn't part of the fever dream, is that he said only him and Howland Reed lived to walk or ride away from there. So everyone else died. That bit we get. And we also get, again, not in the fever dream, that he pulled down the Tower of Joy, which is one of the things which is, I think, astonishing, because he stopped it. This is a literal stone tower. To be a tower, it's got to have at least 2 stories, probably bigger, probably higher, probably more than one room. This is a massive effort. He pulled it down, and then used the stones to be creating cairns for the bodies of those who died. So this is a huge effort on his part. So whatever else we say, okay, that's kind of weird. He also, as I think a weird thing, when he got north and he went to the families of those whose lives had been lost at the Tower of Joy, and he, I'm sure, went and said, I'm really sorry. Your husband died. He did great service, etc., etc. And they went, okay, can we have his bones, his body, so that we can put that to rest here? In particular, the case study we usually use for this is Barbary Dustin, who had just married into the Dustin family. And the Dustin family ruled over Barrowton, which the name gives it away. Their great hall was on a barrow, a burial site. We think of the Starks as being, they take it seriously that the bones of their dead are buried beneath Winterfell. House Dustin took this even more seriously. They were in the Barrow lands. This is what they're about. The dead are buried there, and she said, "I'd like the bones of my dead husband, please." And Ned is there, having brought the bones of his own sister back up. He then says, "Sorry, can't tell you where they are." That feels not like Ned Stark. That feels like there's a thing going on there. So all of this does add up to there is a mystery. When you say it's not just trauma, I would agree. I don't think it is just trauma. I have said that there's trauma because, and I probably emphasized it, because I think that a lot of people underemphasize this, but I think Ned was dealing with trauma here. And I think that the way that when we're in his POV and the way that people talk about how he reacted definitely seems to me to suggest that he did not want to think about this again. He just wanted to bury it in his mind, just move on and not think about it again. So I think trauma was definitely there. Whether we think that's a psychologically positive way of dealing with it is another matter. But I think trauma was there. I also think there are other elements. I think him taking John and not wanting people to be asking questions about John is also a huge factor there. The bit that I don't know, and again, I think the first question I had a plea to humility. I think we have to do this with the Tower of Joy, is that there's a lot we still don't know about what happened there. We can kind of plot out the outlines of it. We know what happened before it. We know what came out from it. The exact details of what happened there are still a mystery. So it's possible that something happened there that Ned also wants to hide. But for me, it's not necessary to explain Ned's actions for there to be another thing. I think that the two big factors of him having trauma and not wanting to engage in this, and also having made a promise, which Ned took very seriously to his dying sister, that he would protect the identity of her son. I think those two things added together do explain it. I think I've got another question here. Yeah, buttoned up reader saying, I think Jamie will play a part in proving R plus L equals J. He often thinks of Rhaegar, but never interacted with Jon in Winterfell. I think this is because he would have been able to see the resemblance. Oh, well, I mean, that's a really interesting idea. So, we often get characters who knew Rhaegar thinking back to him, and this is one of the kind of the soft hints that George R. R. Martin has been giving us to R plus L equals J, which we've banked this now, so we don't really think about it all that much. But George R. R. Martin has been dropping these hints, like Ned saying, "Oh, I don't think Rhaegar was the kind of guy to be frequenting brothels." That was a hint as to his character. Then we get Sir Barristan Selmy also saying he was a good guy, and a sensitive soul, not just a fighter. And then we get Jamie's recollections of him as well. And so we get these characters who think back to what Rhaegar was like, which helps build up this picture of the person that does not match the official narrative of what happened in Robert's Rebellion. So, might Jamie saying, "Oh well, Rhaegar wasn't like that," play a part in the revelation of R plus L equals J? I would argue it already has to a degree, because I think that it's helped us to understand what was going on with Rhaegar. I mean, his recollections are limited so far, but he does think, for example, about how Rhaegar is saying, when I return from the Battle of the Trident, he never did, but he was convinced he would. When I return, things will be very different here. He clearly was plotting some kind of coup against his father. So that's the kind of thing that Jamie already has contributed to our understanding. I don't think he will be the person to go, "Oh, and you know what? Actually, Rhaegar was not the kind of person who would have done those bad things." Therefore, I think this might be the answer. I think we've got other people. I think we've got Howland Reed. I think we've got Bran. I think we've got Sam, who will be more likely to be providing the actual answers there. But I like the idea. I just think he's already done his bit as far as the reader is concerned. Let's go to Marcus, or Per Marcus Risman, saying, "Good evening from a rainy and cold north, and to you. We know that Rhaegar was planning some kind of move against Eris. I think it's Barristan Selmy who tells Dany about it. We don't know the scope or what exactly he planned, but I believe the Hightows Danes were involved. Based on the trajectory of where Rhaegar was heading with Lyanna, the fact that Ashara was present during the tourney at Harrenhal, and Rhaegar's close relationship with Sir Arthur and Sir Gerald, a lot of circumstances point towards it. If we also add the mythology of those houses and their seats, and that it's implied in the main books that the Hightowers are up to something in their tower, maybe they were even part of Rhaegar's preparations for the Long Night and the prince that was promised." Okay, so again, a lot in that one. I think that yes, Rhaegar was definitely planning something, but and what he was planning was a coup of some kind against his father. Now, I say coup, he probably personally didn't think of it in those terms. He probably thought, "I will get the Lords of the Land into Harrenhal. I will show them how amazing I am in the tourney, and I will talk to them, and I will kind of gauge the feeling, and maybe get some kind of court group that agrees that maybe we should get rid of Aerys as king and put Rhaegar in there." That seems to have been his idea. We'll have an unofficial Great Council by calling everybody into Harrenhal. So that seems to have been the idea. Now, who therefore was involved at that stage? Well, we know that Arthur Dane was his best buddy, and we also know that Oswell Went seems to have been involved because he was the go-between to his father. The Wents controlled Harrenhal at the time, and he seemed to have been the go-between, so he also seems to have been involved. So the idea seems to have been in Rhaegar's head. He will take over, and then we will figure out what else is going on. During the tourney at Harrenhal, he met Lyanna, and then on the way back from that, that's when winter hit. Now, my headcanon here is that Rhaegar was full of these prophetic ideas. And one of the prophetic ideas that he had came down all the way from Aegon. This is not yet in the books, but it will be. George R. R. Martin has basically confirmed it, that Aegon the Conqueror invaded because he had some kind of vision about the others. The way that they interpret that in the show, was quite clear. There's going to be like these cold winds coming from the north, winter was coming, all of that. If that had filtered down to Rhaegar, and we know he read prophecy, then in the back of his mind, he thought his child, his second-born child, his first-born son, Aegon, he decided was going to be Azor, the prince that was promised, Azor Ahai reborn. He thought that because there was a red comet that flew over at the moment of his conception. So he thought they were in the end times, basically. And he thought, okay, so my son needs to grow up. I need to train him. But then suddenly winter hit. And we call this the year of the false spring. At the time, it won't have felt like this. At the time, it will have felt as that moment when winter appeared when no one was expecting it, and it was a really hard winter. Ice came all the way down. The Blackwater froze. We get King's Landing. They had icicles hanging from the battlements. This was a really bad winter that suddenly came after the tourney at Harrenhal. This really bad winter suddenly came. If you are Rhaegar, obsessed with prophecy, you think that you're in the end times. You think that the thing which is going to presage the prince that was promised is this red comet. You've seen that. That's happened. The next thing you're looking out for is the unexpected winter. The cold, the ice blowing from the north. That suddenly happens. He will have freaked out. He'll be going, no, the moment is here. We're not ready. My son has not grown up yet. What are we going to do? I want 3 heads of the dragon, not 2. I need another child, and my wife cannot have another child because it would kill her. And that seems to have been at least part of the drive to get him to have another child, this time with Lyanna. So I can't remember what I was answering there, but that's in terms of Rhaegar, that's what was I think driving him, is that it's not so much the fact that we've got the tourney here, as that after the tourney, suddenly winter hits in a way that nobody was expecting. Oh, I think I was, yeah. So I was answering this question from Per Marcus Risman. Is this therefore something to do with the Targaryens, the Danes, and the Hightowers? And in that context, I think we have to say that the Hightowers aren't really a part of this. Perhaps they were, perhaps we've just not been told all of the background information here. But House Dane were a part of the Inner Circle. Arthur Dane was. Ashara Dane seems to have been a part of the Inner Circle. Gerald Dane, as far as we can tell, was not. He was just, when we're talking about the 3 members of the Kingsguard who were down there at the Tower of Joy, it was 2. It was the 2 that we've talked about already, Oswald Went and Arthur Dane. So they're there. And it's only when the Mad King, Eddys II, decides, I want Rhaegar back. And he knew that Rhaegar would only listen to a direct instruction from the king. He knew he had to send a serious person to go there. He sent the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, who was Gerald Hightower. And it seems that Rhaegar said, okay, I will go, but you have to stay here. So that seems to be why Gerald Hightower was there. As I say, maybe there's another layer there with the Hightowers, but we've had no other hints of it. Willie Biggs 2000. Rickon will take goats on boats to the Twins. So the goats, the horny goats on Skagos, I think he will be found. I think he will be found by Davos. And just in terms of timing, we often kind of get a bit confused about the timing of these different kind of um, storylines. Understandably so, because George R. R. Martin split the last bit of story into two chunks, and so how do they all kind of fit into each other? Davos's seems to be taking place a little bit earlier than the other storylines, by which I mean that the storyline that he has been in A Dance with Dragons finishes chronologically a lot earlier than the other storylines in A Dance with Dragons. So probably by about 3 months or so. So he may well have got all the way up to Skagos and back and got Rickon by the time all the other storylines have caught up. So that's just a bit of digression, really, before saying, will Rickon take goats on boats? I personally don't think he will. I think it's just going to be... So it's him, it's Shaggy Dog, and it's Osha. I think that Davos he'll find it hard work, because none of them are really kind of politically motivated people, but I think he will persuade them to come with him. And will they have made friends with a goat? I don't know, maybe, but probably not. It's my take. Mrs. Gerard saying, is it possible that one of the broken promises of Ned is getting Jon on the throne, as it would be his right and Ned chose not to? So this is one of those things that I find fascinating, is that Ned, when he's there in I think it's even his last chapter, he's in the Black Cells, his mind's wandering all over the place. One of the things he thinks about is broken promises. And the context of that is broken promises to Lyanna. Now, this is intriguing because when we think about Lyanna and Ned's promises to Lyanna, we kind of think that, what did he promise her? He promised her that he would keep Jon safe. And he's done that. That he should be proud of this fact. He has kept Jon safe all this time. Nobody knows who he is. He's never been, Robert Baratheon's never sent people after him. Everyone thinks that Ned had an affair, slept with someone, whatever. It's a bastard son. He's done that bit perfectly. That is not a broken promise. But he thinks of broken promises, which seems to imply that he promised Lyanna a number of things. What could he have promised her that he broke that promise? So I don't know. I mean, what you're saying here is that he would put him on the throne in due course. I don't know if he would necessarily have promised that, because his best friend was on the throne, and that would mean a civil war between his nephew and his best friend. I don't know whether he would have promised that. I think he definitely would have promised if Lyanna had said, well, firstly, Ned, you need to keep this child safe. Don't let anyone know that this is my baby with Rhaegar Targaryen. Don't tell anyone who he is. Whatever you need to do. That definitely would have said yes. As a mother, I think the logical thing for her to say would have been, also promise me, when you can, you'll tell him who he is. You'll tell him who his father was, who his mother was. And Ned never did that. So that, for me, feels like a broken promise. So, and that feels like a more logical broken promise that kind of flows from the text than I will put him on the throne. which would lead Ned to, and Ned, never for one moment do we get from his POV this guy, I've got to, when he comes to Robert, I've got to kick this guy off the throne at some point. He never thinks that. So yeah, I don't think that that's one of the broken promises myself. The Dancing Rat saying Bloodraven caused centuries of trauma, playing eugenics to create Azor Ahai in an effort to escape being Azor Ahai himself. Okay, so I mean, the first part of that he played eugenics in order to create Azor Ahai. I mean, I think he would probably say Prince that was promised, but I think that the two almost coterminous. I think definitely he did. I think that he played his role in making sure that the ruling family was coming from the right bloodline. Was he doing it to make sure that it wasn't him? I mean, this bit is a little bit harder because we don't know. I understand where you're coming from because he's got the Targaryen bloodline attached to the old, the first men kind of old gods bloodline. My instinct is that he never thought that he was Azor Ahai. He never thought that he was the prince that was promised. I don't get any indication from his actions, from other people thinking about him, that he thought that he was this kind of child of prophecy. On the contrary, I think people viewed him as this kind of manipulative figure. So I think he's manipulating things behind the scenes rather than trying to escape his own destiny. Let's go to a question from Ranabir Mitra saying, salutations, Robert and Dan the dog. First of all, a credit to Michael Talks About Stuff, which is another YouTube channel. Hello there. Shout out to you. The others are the ice magic version of Melisandre's Shadow Babies. Michael has 2 1.5-hour videos which explain all his reasons, citing textual evidence, George R. R. Martin interview evidence, and a simple message. And a simple message here from me cannot do it justice. The biggest one for me is an old interview of George R. R. Martin with Stephen King, where they discuss writing about evil and how George R. R. Martin is fascinated about the evil inside human beings rather than something externalized, a concept similar to the Jungian shadow. Other dismissed topics like the Neverborn, the Ice, Melisandre toy are involved, especially how we can use the Vandermeer prologue to replay the entire Stannis Melisandre Shadow Baby birthing, but with a hypothetical that what would happen to the Shadow Baby if the male person in this process was a green seer. Okay, so there's a lot in that. In terms of the videos, the Michael Talks About Stuff, 2 1.5-hour videos. I have to admit I've not watched them. I wish I had the time to watch lots of other videos. I'm afraid I don't. If I watched lots of other people's videos, then I wouldn't have the time to write and record my own ones. So apologies, but that doesn't mean that I don't know. There may well be great evidence here that I'm entirely unaware of. So, that said, the idea that the others are the ice magic version of Melisandre's Shadow Babies, because of George R. Martin fascinated about the evil inside human beings themselves rather than something externalized. I don't know. I don't really know that interview. It does definitely sound like a thing that George R. Martin believes in. I don't think that in and of itself means that we need to look at the others as being a human thing, if that makes sense. I think that the focus of his story is not on the others. It's also not on the dragons. It's on the humans and how they react to externalized threats, as well as internal threats. But That is what causes the evil and sometimes good in people to arise. So I don't think that George R. R. Martin, in order to explore this idea of the nature of humanity, would need to create a human threat, I think, which has not appeared really. I mean, how many chapters have the others actually appeared in? 3, maybe 4. It's the issue that George R. R. Martin is exploring is not them; it's the impact of the threat on humans and the human heart. So, personally, I don't think that specific thing that you mention really works for me as a necessary thing. I mean, as I say, there may be more evidence that I just don't know it. As for the nature of the others, what George R. R. Martin has said about them specifically is, and this is a quote, he says that they are strange, beautiful. Think of the she made of ice, something like that. A different sort of life, inhuman, elegant, dangerous. So the she, for those who don't know, that's like fairy of like Celtic mythology in particular, probably other places, but that's the idea. You know the kind of idea of this beautiful, inhumane kind of figure who comes in stealing babies, has their own different kind of realm over there that we just do not understand them. That's the kind of feel when he's talking about them that they've got, and he specifically says inhuman, not human. So he's saying that they are not the others are not human. They're something else, a different thing that we find hard to conceptualize in our human terms. So that I'm just going from what George R. R. Martin says rather than my take on these things. But yeah, that's my general view on it. Gilio saying, I think Bloodraven directed the White attack on Lord Commander Mormont to teach the Night's Watch how to kill Whites and be prepared for more. Oh, that's an interesting one. So, the bit I would definitely agree with here is that Bloodraven is actively trying to show the Night's Watch and John how to defeat the others, the Whites. I'm not going to go into all the details. I've got videos on this if you're interested, but John discovers that cache of dragonglass and the Horn of Winter, what we think is the Horn of Winter. When we get to the attack on Jeor Mormont, then who are the beings that basically tell John what to do? It's Ghost, and it's the Raven. This is Bloodraven trying to tell them what to do. Did he manufacture this? I personally don't think he manufactured it in order to show them. He may have deliberately not, he is very manipulative, Bloodraven, he may have deliberately not tried to warn them against it because he wanted them to see it. He wanted them to experience it. So it's a matter of nuance here, I think. And when you're saying he directed the White attack, personally, I don't think he directed the White attack. Personally, I think the evidence is that the others are specifically targeting the leadership of the Night's Watch. And so this just completely fits in with what they've been doing. And that therefore means that Bloodraven might have been aware of this and let it happen without warning people, but that isn't the same, I think, as directing it. So it's a terminological thing, but I get where you're coming from on it. Ranabir Mitra giving, first of all, credit to Evil66 on Reddit, saying the exact moment of Dunk and Egg's death in Summerhall is given to us in a dream. This is a theory. It is given to us in a dream that Dunk has in the Swan Sword. Dunk dreams of sand, completely imbuing both Egg and himself. But if you take the text and you replace the word sand with fire, suddenly the dream feels prophetic rather than something born out of the heat during the drought. Well, I will let you look at the exact text. I've got part of it here, which I will read out. The context is that, yeah, this is a dream. During the Swan Sword, so they're down in sort of well, they're caught up at the time in this dispute between two minor houses, it has to be said, during a drought. And Dunk is having not, it's not really a fever dream, it has to be said, but he's been through a lot. And we read this as part of this dream. The dream goes on, I'm going to say, for a couple of pages. It's quite a long one. He has significant characters in his life coming and accusing him of stuff. Then we get this. The spade slipped, and they're digging graves. The spade slipped from Dunk's hand. Egg, he cried, run, we have to run. But the sand was giving way beneath their feet. When the boy tried to scramble from the hole, its crumbling sides gave way and collapsed. Dunk saw the sands wash over Egg, burying him as he opened his mouth to shout. He tried to fight his way to him, but the sands were rising all around him, pulling him down into the grave, filling his mouth, his nose, his eyes. So, at which point, shortly after, Dunk wakes up, and it was all a dream. So, what does this mean? Now, I had a very quick look. You gave a link to the argument over on, or the position over on Reddit. And that was, if you substitute the word sand for fire, then the fire was giving way beneath their feet. The Dunk saw the fire wash over Egg. Then the fire was rising all around him. Does this not sound like their end at Summerhall? I understand that as a way of trying to interpret this. Personally, though, I have to admit, I come back to the first time I read this, and sometimes the first time you read this, you trust your instincts. I've not really veered away from this in my understanding. Again, this is a headcanon thing, and I don't know where this leads me. I will be honest, I've not thought this through. I can just say what I first thought when I read this, which was that, yeah, this is thinking about their death. And this is a dream, which is somehow linked to their death. Now, I did not think, oh, this is about sand, but really this is about fire. That thought did not cross my mind. The thought which crossed my mind was, how on earth is sand involved in Harrenhal? And my mind went to A Clash of Kings and the Alchemist Guild. The Alchemist Guild are the people who make the wildfire. They will have been involved there at Harrenhal. Not Harrenhal, Summerhall. And when Tyrion goes there and he kind of gets the tour, and here's where we make all of the wildfire. And he's like, I mean, this is a little bit dangerous. I mean, what if you just drop a bottle and it catches fire, the whole place goes up? Is there no safety stuff here? And the answer was, yeah, there's safety stuff here, because look up there. There's a trapdoor up there. If things start going on fire, the trapdoor goes, and above that is just this mound of sand. And sand just comes down and will quench the fire. That's where my mind went, I will have to admit, on that first read through when I first read that. I thought, oh, if this is, and we don't have huge amounts of information about what happened at Summerhall, so this is just speculation. I don't think any of this can be headcanon at this point. It's just speculation. But if they did have lots of wildfire going on, and if they did have pyromancers, which we know they did, then there will have been some kind of safety thing going on there. And what is the safety thing for wildfire? The only thing we know about wildfire that can stop it is sand above. Now, what does this mean? Does this mean that Dunk and Egg are trying to stop the fire by digging around in the sand to try and get that, and then Egg catches the trapdoor and gets sucked down? I mean, I don't know. But that all I can say is that's what my first thought was. Dunk himself does not seemingly sort of descend down into the hole that was being dug, and he is the person who's seemingly does something to save people's lives. So maybe he's the person who everyone thanks to that he saved things by releasing the sand or something. I don't know. So I wish I had a stronger answer here, but I don't think any of us have got a really strong answer when it comes to Summerhall. All I can say is I think there probably would have been some sand safety measures in Summerhall. And the fact that this dream was about Dunk and Egg, and when at least one of them dies, ties that into the sand. So I don't personally see the need for that to be connected to fire. Maybe it is. I don't know. John FL saying Robert Baratheon, headcanon. Robert Baratheon knew Lyanna went with Rhaegar willingly, but couldn't bring himself to accept it. Rhaegar wanted to talk to Robert, not fight. Yeah, I don't know on this one. I tend to think that Robert Baratheon was the kind of person who wouldn't listen to reason. So, I mean, what you've got here is, he couldn't bring himself to accept it. That bit, perhaps, yeah, perhaps somebody did say to him, you know what, she didn't really love you. You know what, she kind of liked him. The only thing I have against this idea is the fact that who is it? Robert Baratheon at the time, we imagine Robert Baratheon as the character that we see. Mark Addy did a great job, as we know, as Robert Baratheon. But that's Robert Baratheon as king. Robert Baratheon 15 years earlier was this huge figure, imposing figure of a man, unbeatable in hand-to-hand combat, one-on-one combat. When you read about the Robert's Rebellion, it's basically this succession of battles where Robert Baratheon gets his warhammer, says, point me towards their leader, and then charges into the middle of the battle and then takes on whoever's leading the opposition one-on-one. And he seems to do that in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 battles at least. Just where's their leader? And then takes them on. So he was an incredibly imposing man with this huge anger to him. So who actually would have been brave enough to say to him, you know what, maybe she didn't love you after all? There are 2 people who might have done to try and get ahead of this argument. Jon Arryn and Ned Stark. And neither of them were with him in the first half of the war. He headed off. If you imagine your map of Westeros in your head, they were in the Eyrie, the 3 of them. Ned Stark headed north, and then Robert Baratheon headed down to the Stormlands, and he headed out down to Gulltown. He took out Gulltown, then he headed over to Stormlands, to Storm's End, then he headed in, perhaps ironically, to Summerhall, fought 3 battles in a day there. He took his army over across the sort of south middle of Westeros, before heading up through the western part of the Riverlands and joining up with his forces there. By the time he'd met up with I think the only 2 people who could look him in the eye and say no, the war was far gone. At that point, he was already saying, "I want to be king." So at that point, it actually didn't matter all that much. It had turned from him being angry about a personal grievance to, "I'm going to overthrow this guy and I'm going to be king myself." Paul Parsnark saying, "Sand and fire are associated together a few times in the books. Dawn is fiery and sandy. The wildfire stories are protected by stores are protected by sand extinguishers. Snow acts a lot like sand too." Yeah, good. Ray Blackfire. So what am I drinking? Neat vodka. Joke. It's water. Smary's saying sand extinguishes fire if there's enough. Yes, absolutely. Wheezy Squeeze Box saying the maesters use sand to extinguish wildfire. Yeah, so that, I mean, I think that is a thing that we generally agree on. And then we get Roman Lakovet saying, "I don't think Harry the Heir," this is Harry Harding in the Vale, "I don't think Harry the Heir will last long enough to become Lord of the Vale. Sweet Robin has some life left in him yet." Yeah, I mean, I don't think he will survive. So the overall idea is, when I say the overall idea, Littlefinger's plan seems to be, and this is what he said to Sansa, and there is no reason to doubt what he said. We shouldn't ever really 100% believe Littlefinger, but I don't think there's any reason to doubt this. He wants her to marry Harry Harding, and when she gets married to him, she will reveal herself to be Sansa Stark, and at that point, everybody's going to rally around her and him, because he's this great. I mean, he looks like a lord. Sweet Robin does not look like a lord. Harry the Heir does look like a lord, and they'll kind of rally around her, and the cry will go up, "Let's go get the North back for her," and then they'll head up to the North. That's the plan. And that will mean that from Littlefinger's perspective, he already is Lord Paramount of the Riverlands, technically, not in reality, but technically. And he's Lord Protector of the Vale. And then if Sansa gets the North, he's suddenly got 3 in his mind. He's got 3 of the 7 kingdoms, which is pretty impressive work for him. So, does he need Harry the Heir? Not really, particularly if Sansa has a child. His need to be there is limited, it has to be said. Sweet Robin, yes, Littlefinger talks about, "Oh, poor Sweet Robin, he's probably not long for this world," which makes us think that probably he won't be long for this world. But also, from Littlefinger's perspective, as long as he's there, Littlefinger has the power. Littlefinger is the Lord Protector for Sweet Robin. So he's the person who's in charge of running the Vale on a day-to-day basis. If Sweet Robin died, that situation would change. The power would go over to Harry Harding. Harry Harding might be slightly less easy to manage. So instinctively, I feel that Sweet Robin will survive for a little while. Littlefinger, probably it's part of his plan eventually to get rid of him, but for the short term, why would he? let's go to question from Agalos Lucatos saying, "Hello, Robert. I hope you are well. I am, thank you. My headcanon theory is that John will indeed come back from the dead, and that George R. R. Martin will not include him as a POV character in The Winds of Winter in order to keep him more mysterious, as resurrections in A Song of Ice and Fire are supposed to slightly alter the personalities of the affected characters. In my head, he will be less compassionate about the people that did him harm and way more resolved to meet his ends." Well, this is a sort of an ongoing discussion, I think, in the fandom that I don't think we've got an answer to yet. But I understand both sides of this. I want to come down, I'll be honest, I want to come down on the side that, yes, John's coming back. I think most of us agree that. But I want to come down on the side of we are going to get John POV chapters. Because I want John POV chapters. So I have to admit it's my desire. So that's what I want. So that's what I kind of want to argue for. It has to be said, though, that we have not yet had any chapters from a character who's come back from the dead. And we did have one POV character, Caitlin, who came back from the dead as Lady Stoneheart, and we haven't got any POV chapters from them. And that was a good decision, because she is a much, much darker character without us understanding everything that's going on in her mind. So, is that the same case for John? Yes, if he came back and we didn't get any POV chapters from him, that would divorce us as a reader. That would take us away from the character. We're sympathetic to John at the moment, at least partly because of the fact we see so much through his eyes. We experience what he's been going through. If you took that away, he becomes a very different kind of character. He becomes a character that we're looking at and we don't quite understand. We don't know what's going on with him. Something's happened to him. Is he the same as before? We don't know. So it would be quite a dark twist by George R. R. Martin to go down that route. He does like dark twists. And I think the only real argument I've got against it is I don't want that to happen. I want to see what happens with John's perspective, because I think this could be amazing, because he will be a character who has spent a lot of time in Ghost. He will come back as more wolfish. Whatever we interpret that as, all the indications we've had from the Varamir Sixskins prologue, etc., is that he will become more wolfish. If he's then pushed back out into his own body, what does that mean for his character? I've talked, I'm not going to go through all of the details of this now, but I've talked a few times about how the Farseer trilogy, Robin Hobb's trilogy, starting with Assassin's Apprentice, the echoes across to A Song of Ice and Fire are huge, and the two of them are very good friends. And in that, without wishing to give away too many spoilers, the main character, the bastard son of the heir to the throne, who has a skin-changing bond with a wolf, dies, goes into when he dies, he goes into his wolf's body and then is brought back into his own body, and we get a number of chapters where he has to learn to be human again. And when I reread that a few years ago, I do think I would love to get this from John's perspective, as a character that I know so well, just to see him negotiating, having been wolfish becoming human again and having everybody with their expectations placed on him again. That would be amazing. So I would really like it, but I can't 100% guarantee that that's what's going to happen. Maria Petrescu saying the reason behind different animals as sigils, wolves, falcons, etc., is that originally those were the animals that they would be able to walk into. Great headcanon. Yes, I mean that certainly seems to be the case with the start. Their connection with the wolves is there, certainly with the dire wolves, and obviously in the generation we have now, all of them have their connection to their dire wolf. Does this mean that other families also have that with the falcons, crocodiles? I mean, maybe to a degree. I mean, obviously, not all of the sigils are of animals. A lot of them aren't. But perhaps just the first men families who have a specific link across. Yeah, I mean, I could go with that. I like it. It's that one works for me. And a question from Carl Gustav Noderhammer, questioning whether John should die and just be left misunderstood. Yeah, as I say, it's quite a dark turn, but I mean, I think George R. R. Martin could pull that off. SGH0816 saying John, after resurrection, will be seduced by Melisandre and he will kill, fulfilling Nisa Nisa / Azora High, imbuing Lightbringer with her fire of her law. Yeah, so, well, I mean, I did a video a while ago about how John might be resurrected, which for me, hits a lot of these John Azor Ahai, Prince that was promised kind of beats. Whether he will sleep with Melisandre, I mean, Melisandre wanting to sleep with him seems to be about she wants to create a shadow baby. And if she wants to create a shadow baby, as far as we can tell, that's because she's got a specific purpose in mind. Whether he will want to sleep with her is a different matter. Beesman saying half and half. This is about POV stuff. I think we might not be shown he's back fully and hear rumors instead. No POV for half a book and then bam, POVs. I don't expect right after the resurrection POV. So, okay, well, we only have one POV character left in Castle Black, which is Melisandre. And the way that George R. R. Martin writes the way he introduces POV characters often is because he's got a bit of story to tell in a part of the world where there aren't any other characters he can tell that story through. For example, Sir Barristan. Sir Barristan was a character, obviously, in the story, but wasn't a POV character. Then he becomes a POV character in Meereen. Why? Because Dany's about to head off, pardon me. At which point, we need to know what's going on in Meereen. And he's the only character there. So he introduces the POV character, and then he becomes the only POV in that place. That, for me, feels a little bit like what's happened with Melisandre. In that she's been a character for a while now, no POV, and then he gave her one POV chapter at the Wall just to introduce her as a POV character. Why? Well, we learned a lot about her in that POV chapter, but I think, at least partly, because we need eyes at the Wall. When John's gone, I don't think, certainly, whatever happens after he comes back, certainly while he's gone, we're not going to have eyes on what happens at the Wall. And I think George R. R. Martin will want to show us what happens after John gets killed. And he will show us through Melisandre's eyes. So I think that also gives him this opportunity to show her justification for what may be coming at some point soon. Things like Shireen being burned. Okay. I think that's me caught up on the chat. Or illiterate thug saying George could do some clever things with the John POV post resurrection. Let me just use this actually, possibly the last thing I say on the subject, but for now, I think it's a fascinating subject. I do remember many years ago I had Bookshelf Stud, who's a long time part of the community, who said we were talking, I think we were talking about either the Night's Watch or the Night Fort or something along those lines. And he said, wouldn't it be cool if we did have a POV chapter from John, but John as Ghost? He's walked into Ghost, as we all think he will. He's skin changed into Ghost, and then Ghost goes on the rampage and hunts down the people who killed John. How cool would that be? Maybe they flee to the Night Fort. Can you imagine a chapter of Ghost heading around the Night Fort hunting for the people who killed John? That would be immense. So I love the idea. I don't think that's what's going to happen, but it would be amazing. But yeah, let's move on. Let's go to Zvibo saying, "Hi, Robert. Hope you're well." I am, thank you. I'm still on a bit of a high after the Duncan Egg trailer and hearing about George R. R. Martin at the New York Comic Con. And very glad we don't have too much longer to wait to see Westeros back on our screens, even if it doesn't seem we're going to be reading much more of it anytime soon. I'll keep to a very low-key and probably relatively inconsequential bit of headcanon. John has a bit of a crush on Satin. He talks in his PV chapters about how pretty he is and constantly seems to be pushing him forward and singling him out to bring him closer to him. I'm not sure that's necessarily going to impact on John's death or Azor Ahai or the fight for the throne, but I feel like it might well come up at some point. Yeah, so Satin, for those who don't know, Satin I don't think appeared in the TV show. He's a member of the Night's Watch. He was, I think, in Old Town, a sex worker in Old Town, who gets sent up to the wall for various reasons. And he doesn't come across as being particularly suited, it has to be said, particularly suited for a life as a Night's Watchman, particularly with the fighting. However, John seems to see something in him, and John promotes him to become a steward, one of his stewards, in fact. And whenever he's asked, people challenge him about this quite a lot. He says, "This guy, he's rubbish," and it's like, no, he's actually quite clever when you think about it. He's quite knowledgeable, and John, when we're in his POV, he does think, yeah, he's pretty. And that's actually, I think, the word that he uses. He doesn't say, he doesn't know, he's not ruggedly handsome or anything like that. He's pretty. His dark hair in ringlets, smooth skin, that's the kind of look we're going for. So does this mean he's got a crush on him? I mean, I don't think so. I absolutely understand if you wish to make this a part of your headcanon. I don't think we can argue against it. John definitely thinks more highly of him than anyone else seems to. And he definitely thinks that he's a good-looking guy and nobody else. I mean, I think Sam's there briefly while he's around. Sam doesn't look at him and go, "Oh, he's a pretty boy," or anything like that. So, yes, that's there. For me, I think this is echoing what we get from Ned and Robert Baratheon, Ned thinks that Robert Baratheon was, what was the phrase, a maiden's dream. He seems to think of him as being just like, wow, That's a guy, isn't it? That's what a man should look like. Um, is there a homoerotic kind of element to that? I mean, again, I don't. If you wish to interpret it that way, then more power to you. I don't think that that's necessary for the plot, but yeah, in terms of headcanon, why not? Let's go with it. Robbie O'Brien. My latest headcanon is Mormont's Raven is host to Brandon Stark's Second Life. I think this is so. This is I said a little bit earlier. I was going to pick up on this question about Benjamin Stark. I think this is talking about Benjamin Stark here. The only name he says other than Jon Snow is Brandon. And when Benjamin's name comes up on the Great Ranging, he won't stop calling dead, as if he's trying to tell them to give up. Plus, he seems to take to Jon very quickly and is extremely dedicated to him, despite Jon being one of the newest people at the Wall. Okay, so I will do a video on this. And I haven't seen the video. I probably should now watch the video because a number of people have mentioned it to me. Suggesting that this is Benjen's second life. So, what do I think? Well, might Benjen be dead? Possibly. We simply don't know what happened to Benjen. Do we have any indication that he's a skin changer? No. There's nothing there that I can see. We get a few chapters of him, and he's never there clearly kind of mentioned as having a particular affinity to any animal. So there's no indication that he is a skin changer. Yes, all of the Starks of the next generation down all seem to be skin changers, but there's no indication Ned is either. We have 12, 15? I can't remember. A lot of chapters from Ned's perspective, and there's no hint there that he's a skin changer either. So I don't think that there's any particular heavy indication that Benjen is, but there's definitely something weird going on with Mormont's Raven. When you unpack it, he does a lot of quite prescient things. He's there. I think he says fire when the White is attacking John Mormont. So he's saying what needs to happen there. He's the one who escapes from the kettle and sort of circles around and lands with Jon Snow when they're having the election for who should be the Lord Commander. Basically, and as he was known as being J.R. Mormont's Raven, the fact that he seemed to be endorsing Jon was quite an important moment. The dead and run thing, the others are on their way, and he's trying to encourage them to be going. There's a moment when the Raven seems to be reading stuff. Jon kind of comes into the room and is like, the Raven seems to be like, reading things. That seems a little bit odd. Also, when Jon gets, you'll remember he had this, what we often think of as the Azor Ahai dream. When he's there, he's got a flaming sword. He's standing atop the wall. He's killing dead people. It's an Azor Ahai dream. And when he wakes up, what's there? It's Mormont's Raven. So, clearly, this Raven is very suspicious, and I would 100% agree that someone is walking into this. But based on everything we see, the most likely candidate, I think, is Bloodraven, not Benjen. If it turns out to be Benjen, okay, I will go. That's fine. But there's the things you would expect Bloodraven to be doing if he were walking, and we know he can walk into birds, animals, whatever. The things we would expect him to be doing, that Raven does do. So that's my default position there. I will have a look at the video, see if there's any new evidence that I'd not been looking at. As always, I always try and say this, is that I am very happy to be wrong on stuff. If I find evidence, somebody else gives me evidence of something that makes me go, oh, actually, you know what? That seems right. I will go with that. So, yeah, I'm very happy to learn and grow and change my mind on stuff. The spider. My Bran theory. His green seeing will let him see things from others' perspectives. The shift to Brandon Stark could taste the blood in his last vision may hint at this. P.S. I hope you and Dan are well. We are. Thank you very much. Yes, so that's an interesting one. So, I think it's an under-discussed point, and I think you've identified a really interesting thing here. What is being referenced, for those who don't know, is Bran. He has the Weirwood paste. He's introduced to the Weirwood network, and he has his first kind of vision through the Weirwood network. He sees his father, and in front of the Winterfell Weirwood tree, and he comes out, has a little chat with Bloodraven, and Bloodraven goes, "Oh, I'm a little bit tired. I need a nap. Let's carry on with this another time." So Bran then goes back to where he was, and he just kind of like slips back into the Weirwood network, unsupervised, and he seems to go back to where he knows, which is the Winterfell Weirwood tree, and he has this series of visions flashing before him that seem to be going back in time. So his father, then his uncle and his aunt when they were younger, and then back through time. And the last of these, indeed the last we have from Bran, is what is a human sacrifice, basically. Before the Weirwood tree, a character shoved down in front of the Weirwood tree, and then this woman with a sickle comes and sacrifices him. And the last sentence is, "And Brandon Stark could taste the blood in his mouth." Now, that is written deliberately vaguely, so that we do not know whether Bran, our Bran, could taste that in his mouth, or the person being sacrificed was called Brandon Stark, and Bran is somehow skin changing into him. So, or is it some kind of weird mix of the two? So there's a lot going on there. For me, I think there's your idea about him being able to see things from other perspectives. I think you're onto a thing. What exactly that turns into, I do not know, but I do know one element of what that will turn into, which is the Hodor moment. So George R. R. Martin has basically confirmed that the Hodor moment, Hold the Door moment, will happen in the books. It will be a bit different, but the fundamental idea is going to be the same. So the fundamental idea, however it gets described, is that he will go back in time and skin change into Hodor while he is getting Hodor to hold the door. The details of that are to be worked through when we get to the book, but something like that. In order for that to work, he has to go back in time and put his slip into, skin change into somebody at a previous moment in time, which is sort of what happened there. If we're to assume whatever happens, did he skin change into him, or did he just kind of feel it? Either way, he can taste the blood. Either way, he knows that, and he is sort of skin changed into that person in a little way. And that is, I think, what is being hinted at here, is what he will be able to do with Hodor in the future, / in the past, in a kind of time loopy way. Let's go to a question from John Merkel saying, I made a YouTube channel to share my theories with a different name and wanted your take on one. Well, I don't know what your name is. I would happily give you a shout out. Please go check out this channel. Wanted my take on one. The Hebrew month Nisan, or Nisan, perhaps, I don't know the pronunciation, I apologize, aligns with the Aries. With other hints, short version is that Aries the second equals Nisa Nisa, and his blood betrayal death started the new long night. Okay. So the Hebrew month Nisan aligns with the Aries. So therefore, Aries the second equals Nisa Nisa, and his blood betrayal death started the new long night. So I love this kind of deep dive into what George R. R. Martin was thinking about, whether he's doing some kind of symbolism about things. I love the different thinking. The idea that Aries the second is himself the Nisa Nisa would seem to imply that Jamie, in some figurative sense, as the person who stabbed him, takes on the Azor Ahai role. And that is the thing which prompted the second long night. Now, in terms of the timing, I think there are many different angles we could approach this from. In terms of the timing, the others seem to have started moving before that. So that was about 15 years before the main story starts. And as far as we can tell, they started moving in some way when, or at least when Cropster was offering up his children. So that, although again, we don't know the exact timing, most people assume that's 40-ish years ago. So I don't think the timing works. The idea that Jamie might in some way, I know you don't make this extra connection, but that Jamie might be Azor Ahai reborn, I mean, perhaps. I do like this idea that Azor Ahai reborn being reborn in some way is what prompted the start of the second long night, which hasn't really started yet, but it will. I like the mode of thinking. I just don't think we've got the evidence yet to prove that. Cash Ballerina, two-part question, I think. On the Merling King, Sansa is said to be seasick or sick with fever and still sick on shore. She also is telling Littlefinger that Tyrion did nothing. I think he asked if Tyrion consummated their marriage. And then I think Littlefinger didn't believe her and was poisoning her with moon tea to ensure she couldn't have a child before he married her off. We know Tansy causes stomach problems and can cause fevers. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. So, starting point, do I think that Tyrion did do anything with Sansa? I think the answer to that is no. We get both Sansa and Tyrion's perspectives, and I think whereas Sansa has been shown to occasionally have or be an unreliable narrator, an unreliable POV, the fact we've got two POVs who both seem to agree on this point suggests no, nothing happened. But that is not the critical point here. The critical point you're making is, does Littlefinger necessarily believe that? Might he have been serving her tansy tea just to make sure that she does not have a child because he wants her to be married off as part of his plan? That seems entirely within character. So I don't think I've seen any evidence to say that that definitely is the case. The fact that she gets a bit seasick may be indicative. It may just be that she gets a bit seasick. As you say, that she's also a little bit sick on shore. I mean, some people are after a long journey. So, yeah, as headcanon, absolutely. I mean, I'm very happy with this. It makes absolute sense that it works with the characters. Could I definitely say that this is the case? No, but that's not the point of headcanon, is it? It's to be um, uh, something that works for you. Okay, so yeah, John Merkel, people are just encouraging you. Yeah, of course, mention your project. Tell me what your channel is, and I will give it a shout out, and hopefully people can go over there. Let's go to because I should probably say I do say this every now and then. I genuinely like supporting new YouTubers. It's a thing that brings me great joy. I was there at one point. I was there. I created a channel, and like everybody else, I had 0 subscribers. So I completely understand what it feels like to start a YouTube channel, and if I can offer a little bit of support in that, I would very happily do that. Added to which, and I say this to anyone who is starting a YouTube channel or has a small YouTube channel or even has a big YouTube channel, one of the biggest learning points I've got from all of this is a positive sum game, not a negative sum game. By which I mean, if I do well, that means that helps the other people in my niche. If they do well, that helps me. Because when you watch a YouTube video, whenever I finish on here, you know what it looks like on YouTube. Then all the different other videos appear. And you can go and pick any of them and go and watch any of them. And so if somebody watches through to the end of this video or any video that I do, they will get this whole array of other videos. Some of them will be mine, but some of them won't be mine. Some of them will be other people's. The YouTube algorithm will be there going, so you like videos about theories in A Song of Ice and Fire. Why didn't you go over and check out this person's channel? Why don't you go and check out that video? So this is a positive sum game. If I do well, other people benefit. If other people do well, I benefit. So it's in my own best interest. I mean, I do it because I think it's a good thing to do, but also it is in my best interest, and I think it's everyone else's best interest to be supporting other YouTubers. So yes, please do tell me what your channel is, and I will try and send some people over there. SGH0816. Ice will be reforged, but rather than Widow's Wail and Oathkeeper, it's Widow's Wail and Dawn, Lightbringer, making it Ice and Lightbringer, Fire. Yeah, interesting. So, will Ice be reforged? I mean, I like the theory. I mean, I know a number of people have speculated on this in the past. I think Joe Magician has. My response then was quite a pragmatic one, which was that if you know that Valyrian steel is one of the very few things which is effective in battle against the others, and you've got 2 Valyrian steel swords, would the practical thing be to melt them down and turn them into 1 Valyrian steel sword, or keep them as 2? Personally, I would keep them as 2, so that you can have 2 people who can be killing others, not just the one. So that's my sort of instinct. My other instinct is that if any blade is going to prove itself to be Lightbringer, it's going to be Dawn. And because that's not Valyrian steel, that is the only sword that we know of that might be old enough to be Lightbringer. So does it need a counterpart? I don't think so. So I like the idea. You're far from the only person who thinks that. I may well be in the minority in this, but um, yeah, I don't personally. If I were in that world, I would not reforge ice until after the long night. Right. Let's quick flick through. Um, I'm just trying. Oh, here we go. John Merkel. Here we go. The shout out is here. The channel is called "Pretend I Know Nothing," and I very much appreciate the support. Well, you're very welcome. So, "Pretend I Know Nothing." I'm sure if you're watching this live, somebody in the one of the moderators in the chat will, I'm sure, give a link to that. I know nothing about the channel. I cannot personally recommend it, other than the fact that I want to encourage people to go to as many different channels as possible. So all the very best, John. I hope that this brings you a few extra subscribers. Do please go and check out I Know Nothing. So pretend I know nothing. Sorry, not I know nothing. Pretend I know nothing. Right, let's go to a question from Scott Morin. Been listening to the channel for a while and thought I'd drop in for once. Well, welcome. Personal headcanon is Stefan Baratheon didn't fail in finding a descendant of an old Valyrian bloodline, just not a maid for an heir to the Iron Throne. Varys and Illyrio certainly had contacts in Essos, but this could be Sarah or anyone in that situation. Not worthy as a queen consort, but worth the time of a magister of Pentos. Just no one of an age or station, not a failure. Okay, so this, for those who do not know, is a question of something that happened a handful of years before Robert's Rebellion. The Mad King, Eris, wanted his son, Rhaegar, to be marrying. I mean, ideally, he probably wanted him to be marrying another Targaryen, but he had no other children at the time. He certainly had no other daughters, and Viserys was very young. So, what was he to do? Well, if he couldn't get a Targaryen, then he would get a Valyrian. And he sent Stefan Baratheon who is the father of Robert, Stannis, and Renly. He sent him off to Essos to say, go find me someone of Valyrian descent. Someone who can potentially marry Rhaegar. So Stefan goes off. And he comes back. And we're told that the mission was a failure. He does not find someone. He does find a fool who is called Patchface, who he brings back, but just within sight of Storm's End, the boat sinks. Everyone is killed except Patchface, who somehow miraculously washes up a few days later. Let's not worry about Patchface at the moment because there's a whole other issue going on there. But the question is, what happened? Because I share your distrust of this. If you go to the Free Cities, particularly places like Lys or Valantis, you will find plenty of people with a ancestry from the Valyrians. The Volantines pride themselves in this. You also, and George R. R. Martin has basically said, you would find, if you looked, you would probably find quite a few people descended, from Targaryen bastards. There've been plenty of Aerion Targaryen, for example, was over there for a while. Daemon was over there for a while. I mean, there are plenty of opportunities for Targaryen bastards to be there, or descendants of Targaryen bastards. To me, it seems almost inconceivable that Steffon Baratheon would return with no one. So that kind of leaves me in this conundrum, because I think, what was he wanting? Was he wanting to come back and say, no, nothing, so I think, therefore, you should marry this person? Did he have some deeper plan? Was there someone who was orchestrating this behind the scenes? Maybe he did find someone and didn't say, and then the ship capsized. That's possible. In which case, we're looking at somebody else. So, who might this be? And I mean, when in doubt, blame Bloodraven. Bloodraven very probably would have not wanted Rhaegar to be marrying some random woman from Essos who's got Valyrian ancestry, because he had in his mind who he wanted Rhaegar to be marrying. So, is it possible that Bloodraven had a hand in this? Well, it's possible. But the fact that we're told he didn't find anyone seems to imply that Steffon himself might have been involved in some way, which does make me wonder whether he was trying to play some clever game. Because let's not forget, Robert Baratheon, yes, he was a usurper, but he was in the line of succession, because Steffon's mother was a Targaryen. So at that moment in time, you've got Mad King Aerys, who seemed not, and his wife, who seemed not to be able to have any more children. They'd had a whole string of children dying young, or stillbirths, or lots of terrible things happened to them, but it hadn't been working. Rhaegar, who was getting older and not married. And then after that, next in line probably was Steffon. Was he playing a game? Was he thinking to himself, maybe if the Targaryens, nobody's liking the Targaryens at the moment, maybe if somebody got rid of Aerys, maybe I'd be next in line after Rhaegar. So maybe it's not in my best interests to bring back somebody for Rhaegar to marry and continue the family line. So there's something going on there. I don't think we've got the information yet to understand exactly what was going on there, but I find it very unlikely, as a starting point, very unlikely that Steffon Baratheon could go to Lys and Volantis and not find anyone that could potentially marry Rhaegar. Roman Lakovets saying Barristan will switch loyalty from Dany to Aegon. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of headcanon I like. So Barristan has decided that he should be there supporting the Targaryens, supporting whoever should be the Targaryen ruler. If he decides that Fagon actually is the rightful heir, it would make sense for him to switch. He will find out about him when he meets Tyrion, which is going to happen relatively early, probably in the Winds of Winter. And what will Tyrion say? Tyrion will say, there's this kid who, he seems great. He seems, he says, he claims to be Rhaegar's son, which would make him next in line. and he's been brought up to be knowledgeable, brought up to be caring, brought up to think about the small folk. And Barristan will probably keep that locked up in his head, and for a while, Danny will have disappeared. And so he will be thinking to himself, has she gone? Is that it? Do I now need to switch over to this new person? And then Danny will come back. And what George R. R. Martin has said, not his exact words, but almost his exact words, is that she's going down a dark path in this next book. She will be doing things by fire and blood. She will be burning people. And maybe Sir Barristan will look and go, I'm not so sure about her. So, could he switch sides? Absolutely. Let's go to a question from Michelle Ramos saying, hi, Robert. Hope all is well with you and Dan. Thank you. My personal headcanon is that Rhaegar and Lyanna got married on the Isle of Faces under a weirwood tree under the old gods. It would be a binding marriage, as northern marriage customs are accepted by the Faith of the Seven. And in Rhaegar's prophecy brain, he probably thought it was an easy way around having his marriage to Elia annulled, since it produced 2 children. And if he survived the rebellion, setting aside his marriage to Lyanna would offend the North and start another war, which they'd want to avoid. What do you think? I think a couple of things here. The first is that Rhaegar seems to be a good guy who wants to do right by Elia. And he will also be aware that Doran Martell should not be crossed, inasmuch as Elia had children who should be inheriting the Iron Throne. That's their plan. That's the Martell cunning plan. Marry the Targaryens, get our children on the throne. So, if Rhaegar heads off and marries someone else, they're probably quite relaxed. We see this with the Dornish. They're actually quite liberated, quite relaxed about these kind of matters. If you have children out of wedlock, whatever, doesn't matter. The Sand Snakes, they're treated with great respect. So that's not an issue. Bastard children are an issue for most of the Seven Kingdoms. For the Dornish, not so much. So that is not a problem for them. What would be a problem is something that potentially impacts on Aegon, Rhaegar's son, with Elia inheriting. So they will need some sort of guarantees on that. And until that, Rhaegar probably wouldn't want to marry. Now, the biggest clue we have that this was being sorted out and was going to be all okay was the fact that where did Rhaegar go to chill out for a bit during the war, to spend some time with Lyanna? He went to the Tower of Joy. Where was the Tower of Joy? In Dorne. Now, if the Dornish had thought for any moment in time, this is a guy who's just giving a big slap in the face to Elia Martell, they would not have allowed him to be there. And they knew that he was there. This was, we talk about this as being, often as being like this big secret. Where are they? Nobody knows where they are. People knew where they were. This was a watchtower on the Prince's Pass. The Prince's Pass is the main thoroughfare going into Dorne from the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. And there is a House Fowler, whose sole job is to be in charge of monitoring this place. They would have noticed if the heir to the throne and 2 members of the Kingsguard and whoever else was in the entourage had suddenly set up their base in one of the House Fowler's watchtowers, basically. They will have known this. And House Fowler will have gone, Doran, they'll have sent a message, Doran, what do you want us to do? Doran must have been okay with them staying there. So the Martells were okay with this in some way. Would they have been okay with there being a second marriage under under slightly different rules. I mean, if it was guaranteed that it wouldn't impact on their sort of their candidate for the Iron Throne inheriting one day, then perhaps would Lyanna have been okay with that? I suspect not. Lyanna, all the evidence we have from what Lyanna was like, she did not like the idea of marrying somebody who was going to be sleeping with someone else. So I think she would have wanted some guarantees. Just Rhaegar saying, "Oh, yeah, it's over with Elia. Yeah, I know we had a child just a few months ago, but yeah, that's gone. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm now all yours." I suspect she wouldn't have bought into that without some kind of clear commitment, without some kind of setting aside that previous marriage. So I think the boring bit of what happened there was a bit of negotiation with the Martells about how do we make sure that the rights of Elia's children are respected, but Rhaegar can go ahead and marry someone else. Because I suspect Lyanna didn't seem to be the kind of person who would elope without getting married. Let's go to Sir Friend. Happy Thursday, Robert, and to you too. I don't know if this qualifies, but since you mentioned something a few weeks ago, I've been working on an idea that Howland Reed will play a serious role in the Starks regaining power. No real evidence. I just feel with what Ned and Lyanna in particular did for Howland and Ashara, they will do more than just fill in the blanks of the past. You mentioned a significant factor in the Stark loyalists behaving is the hostage situation. Could Howland somehow know what is going to happen in the Riverlands and communicate this northward, freeing up the loyalists somewhat to fight back? Howland, low-key being a puppet master behind the Starks revival, could almost be coming full circle, aiding Ned and Lyanna's children. Would love to hear your thoughts. So, George R. R. Martin. So Howland Reed was there at the Tower of Joy, and he knows lots. George R. R. Martin has basically said in the past he's not introduced us to Howland Reed yet because Howland Reed knows too much. Howland Reed will appear at some point, but not yet. So that's the situation. Now, Howland Reed is alive and well. And at this moment in time, there does appear to be a small group of Stark loyalists gathered in the neck with him. Hallis Mollen, who's been carrying Ned Stark's bones north, very probably there. Plus, we get Major Mormont and one of the Glovers, who are there as well. They went there to try and get him to help attack Deepwood Motte, but that plan got stopped because of what happened with the Red Wedding. But they were witnesses to Robb's will. So we've got this group of people hanging out in the neck. Are they just going to stay there? No, I don't think so. They will want to reclaim the North for the Starks. I did a video ages ago, not ages ago, 6 months ago, about the hooded man in Winterfell, and I suggested there that perhaps the hooded man was Hallis Mollen. It all fits. I still think that that's the most likely. I don't think it's 100%, but the most likely solution to who that is. So another element to this will be sending someone to the Wall to tell Jon, by the way, you've just been legitimized and you're the new king of the North. So expect somebody to go up there. I think Howland will be, to a degree, directing matters, but I think he will stay where he is for the time being. He will make a grand appearance, I'm pretty sure, when George R. R. Martin wants him to be spilling the beans on what happens in the past. Lady Vaughan Strauss saying, "Hello, I hope all is well. I have a strong belief that if a prince or princess who was promised does exist, it is Arya. He has the third most chapters, 34, behind Jon on 42 and Tyrion on 49. And both Jon and Dany are far too obvious a choice. They're just too low-hanging fruit, and he is a master of misdirection. Arya is small in stature, average in looks, and overlooked by almost everyone of importance inside and outside of the novels. This is exactly the kind of character who Martin tends to feel an affinity for. Being recruited by the Faceless Men was no random act, and what she's doing is either wholly integral to the story or a massive waste of time, which I doubt. So just to pause here, I agree. It is going to be important to the story, her being there. And yes, she is a character that he really does like. She, along with her siblings, would be viewed as a princess. Absolutely, I agree with that. Being born amongst salt and smoke. Welcome to Bravos, a very salty city, famously covered in thick layers of clouds. Again, a very valid point. The House of Black and White, where she will soon be reborn as a faceless man, is riddled with salt and smoke symbolism, the least of which is being its name. If we go with your theory on the Faceless Men and their role in the destruction of Old Valyria, they have a long-standing vested interest in destroying the Dragon Lords and their dragons, which I think is also part of her mission. I would think it was her only mission, if not for the other clues. The Whites and the others are a direct affront to their religion. There is no one who would want them gone more on a sheer matter of principle and devotion. Okay, so you've got a few other things here, but one thing particularly interested in here, the Ghost of High Heart actually mistakes Arya for the Lord of Death, calls her a dark heart, and rejects her for this association with death and future religion. Melisandre and the TV show, Melisandre says, "I see a darkness in you," which echoes what the Ghost of High Heart says. Clearly what Melisandre says to Arya comes back later in the show, although it's probably not going to be exactly the same. P.S. Is Dan the dog named after Dany? No, he's not. It's a nice thought, but no, he had a... Dan, for those who don't know, Dan is a greyhound, and most greyhounds in the UK were bred for racing. And most of those were bred, incidentally, in Ireland, and then some of them are not chosen for racing or do race and then afterwards are rescued. So Dan is a rescued greyhound, which means that he was given a racing name, and I decided that the racing name itself did not suit him. However, part of his racing name was the name Dan, and so I thought, I don't want to change his name completely. I will keep Dan. So that's his name. Okay, let's go with this idea about Arya. So I like a lot of what you said here. I love this, the salt and smoke being Bravos. I think a lot of people kind of skip over that. I think that that's a really interesting point. She definitely is a princess. There's a really fun interaction. You probably miss it. Many people miss it. It's in Harrenhal. When one of the phrase, I forget which phrase there, who says, "I've been promised to marry a princess," and little does he know, little does Arya know, that the princess he's talking about is Arya, because we don't think of her as a princess. But if Robb was the king, suddenly she, as his sister, becomes a princess. So, yes, she's a princess, and obviously in the TV show she did kill the Night King, which gives her sort of a sort of high prince that was promised vibes. Now, her killing the Night King in the show was a showrunner thing. If you watch the behind the scenes thing, then they're very clear. And I think their words were that Jon was too obvious. So they decided it should be Arya, which clearly implies that they didn't have somebody in... George R. R. Martin hadn't told them, this is essential, this person has to be killing the Night King. Partly because the Night King doesn't exist in the books. We have the Night's King, but that's a different person. So they invented that. The idea that she is associated with death, I think that obviously works with her character arc. I don't think that we need to worry about that too much. I definitely agree with this idea that the Faceless Men, I think they will be happy to release her out into the wild, knowing that her list includes people like the Mountain, who they will see as an abomination, Zombie Mountain. Cersei, who is the person who's been paying for this to happen. They'll be very happy for her to be getting rid of her. And yes, I think it's something that it was just on my most recent read through that struck me more than it had done before. You get that interaction between Tychonosaurus and Jon at the wall. Tychonosaurus, the representative of the Iron Bank, comes up to the wall. He's there to negotiate with Stannis, to basically offer money to Stannis. Want to loan Stannis? You can buy whatever troops you need in order to claim the Iron Throne, etc., etc. He arrives at Castle Black, and Jon goes, you're too late, he's gone. I'll tell you where he's gone, and you can go find him, but do you want to hang around for a day or two? We can chill. And Jon thinks, actually, you know what, just a small loan would be quite good for the Night's Watch right now. We just need a little bit of cash just to get a bit more food to see us through what is going to be quite a long winter. We lost a few ships, so we could do with a few more ships. So he starts negotiating with Tychonosaurus, and they have a really pleasant, what sounds, as far as we can tell, really pleasant evening. They drink a bottle of wine or two, they have a few things to eat, they negotiate, and they come to a deal. And they seem to get on. And then we actually get the conversation. And Jon just makes this passing, it's not really a witticism, it's a little bit of a weak joke. He sort of says, it's so cold here at the wall. We could do with having a dragon here to warm us all up. And then Tychonosaurus just seems to suddenly go, serious face. We don't joke about dragons. We've heard there's more dragons. That dragons have been found, but we don't do that. We don't joke about it. It's not. This is a serious business. And Jon's slightly taken aback. It's like, sorry, sorry, I didn't mean to cause any offence. And then they kind of move on. But it's a slightly awkward moment when you read it, and that makes you realise quite how much the Braavosi and the Iron Bank in particular eat dragons. So, would they be setting ire after dragons? Personally, I think not. I think that is what we've got Jaqen doing down in Old Town. I think he's seeking for books that will teach them how to get rid of dragons, because dragons haven't been around for so long and people have forgotten that bit of knowledge. So, with Arya, might she therefore turn into Azor Ahai Reborn, princess that was promised? I tend to think, for the first time, I will say this, that with the prince that was promised, Azor Ahai Reborn, once all the book series is finished, many years later, we will still be debating who this was. I don't think you say, and you're very right, I agree with you, George R. Martin isn't a simple and straightforward writer, but I think the way that he is not simple and straightforward is not by just saying, you think this is this person who is going to fulfill all of prophecy, actually it's that person. I don't think that's the way that he tends to approach these things. I think it's, so you think this is the person who's going to fulfill the prophecy. Well, maybe it is, or maybe it's that person over there, or maybe the prophecy was wrong, or maybe it's just more of a thematic thing. But at the end of it, so we've got at least two characters who seem to be fitting, one character is already fitting a lot of the characteristics that we need, which is Dany. Another who looking like they will at some point in the near future in Jon. We've got someone else who doesn't seem to fit it, but is claiming it in Stannis. And then we've got other characters and people who would argue this is more thematic, or maybe it's going to be a lot of different people. So that, I think, George R. R. Martin is not going to reach a point where the action pauses and we're going, that's the person who's Azor Ahai Reborn. I don't think that's where we're going to go with this. We're going to have a lot of people who do a lot of things that feel a bit Azor Ahai Reborn-y. Ryan Spiegel, thank you very much. I didn't see a question attached to that. Let's have a quick look whether I can't see anything down attached to it, but if there was a question, I'm sure one of the moderators will draw it to my question. Oh, well, here we go. One problem I've always had about the Tower of Joy is why Ned wouldn't bring back the bodies of his comrades. They were dead, so they couldn't tell Jon's secret to anyone, so why not bring them home? I mean, it's an interesting question. And as I say, there are many mysteries about, we talked about this a little bit earlier in the live stream. Why didn't he bring them back isn't, for me, the confusing thing. Because if it was just him and Howland Reed who got out of there, maybe with a couple of others, for them to be heading, which they did, across the mountains on a treacherous route for at least a week, dragging dead bodies with them, that seems unlikely. One body carried with them, yeah, I can understand that. But them taking what was, I mean, there were 5, 6, 7, 8 at least dead bodies, at least we're told of 8 Cairns. So that's a lot to be carrying. So I understand him making the cairns, effectively burying them there, and just taking back home the bones of his sister. That bit I get. For me, the mystery is, why didn't he then tell them where to go? Their relatives, where they were. So he didn't want to go back. This is where I think the trauma comes in. I don't think he wanted personally to go back to that place. I think whatever he'd been through, whatever he's experienced, he just wants to go to the north, live in Winterfell, and forget about what happened. That bit I get. But the mystery is, why didn't he taking Barbary Justin as the classic example, when she said, you didn't bring back the body of my new husband, and Ned goes, no, I'm sorry, I didn't. I brought my sister back, but I didn't bring him back. And she says, well, where is he? Ned would have said, I'm not going to tell you, which seems very un-Ned-like. And the only reason is that we can kind of try and figure out is that he doesn't want anyone going there for some reason. He doesn't want anyone seeing what there was there. He doesn't want anyone asking questions down there. So who was here? Why? Yeah. What happened down here? Oh, so you came along and you delivered a baby. He doesn't want any of that. So that, I think, he went to great extremes to stop anyone asking any questions or getting any information at all. Okay, let's go to a question from Gadzook, saying, hi, Robert, positive vibes to you and young Dan. He's not so young these days. He's nearly 9, I think. So I have this persistent idea that the Valyrians were themselves subject to experimentation by the Great Empire of the Dawn, as possibly a dragon-riding class of military auxiliaries. One thing that spurs this idea is that I can't imagine one ethnic group experimenting on themselves with the sorts of horrendous procedures hinted at. Another is that they're strongly implied as being simple shepherds in their distant past. This kind of ties in with the whole Nettles arc. Those combined with the theory that dragons and moulded blackstone structures predated Valyria leaves me unable to shake this idea. What do you think? Yeah, so all of this is lost in the mists of time, so I think we can't be too categorical on all of this. Yes, dragons certainly seem to have been around before the Valyrians, and as far as we can, probably some kind of dragon taming existed. The idea that the Valyrians used to be these shepherds, yes, there are definitely hints there, but perhaps that's just their origin story that they tell themselves. We were just humble shepherds, and then we figured out how to do this thing. Perhaps because they didn't want to admit anyone else taught them stuff. I think there was this. We talk about the Great Emperor, Eye of the Dawn. There was a civilization before Valyria, whatever name you want to give it to it, that had great ancient historical knowledge, and Valyria grew up after that, and almost certainly built on that knowledge. Now, could that have been, as you suggest, that that old empire had used them in some kind of experimentation? Possibly. Could it have been that that old empire started to decline and the Valyrians learned a few things and tried some stuff out for themselves, and then they got the dragons, and then they became the preeminent empire? Again, could be. I think it does not behove us to be too categorical about this. The knowledge, I think, predated them. But the important point is that the Valyrians themselves were the ones who perfected this, and they were the ones who carried this forward. Whatever the Great Emperor of the Dawn knew, that did not carry them forward into the age of the Valyrian Dragon Riders. Bear Island saying, "Hi, Robert. Mira and Jojen Reed not only swear a standard oath, but their own, not only by fire and ice, but by bronze and iron, and by earth and water. While I have to stop short of thinking we missed out on an entirely new series called A Song of Earth and Water, I do think our Gardner writer pruned a lot from the earth and water thread, and most of what we got was Barristan Selmy praising the utility of mud, and inadvertently the true mudman Howland Reed, who got his girl. I welcome your thoughts." Well, yes. So for those who missed this, actually, Andrew K. I've just spotted in the chat saying, "Last year, Amanda at the Disputed Lands updated her theory on how Valyrians inherited the dragon genes and became the successor civilization." Great stuff. I've not watched that video. I'm a big fan of her original video on that, and I would highly recommend people go and check that out, as I will when I get a moment. But for those who missed it with the Reeds, when Ned died, Robb took over, all of the Northern Lords had to sort of come and then effectively bend the knee and swear fealty. And some of those who were furthest away obviously took a little bit longer, like the Reeds. By the time they got there, Robb wasn't there. He'd headed off down south. And so who was there? Bran was there. And so they swore fealty to Bran. And they did this in this way. "To Winterfell we pledge the faith of Greywater," they said together. "Hearth and heart and harvest we yield up to you, my lord. Our swords and spears and arrows are yours to command. Grant mercy to our weak, help to our helpless, and justice to all, and we shall never fail you." "I swear it by earth and water," said the boy in green. "I swear it by bronze and iron," his sister said. "We swear it by ice and fire," they finished together. Now, what happens after that is Bran, who's still quite young at this point, let's not forget, he's like, "I don't know that one. That seems new." And so he just sort of says a few generic, platitudes and nice things back to them, and everyone seems okay with it. And we move on. But because House Reed is so intriguing, a lot of people do look at this and go, "Well, what does this suggest?" I would say the first half seems pretty standard Hearth and heart and harvest we yield up to you. Swords and spears and arrows are yours. Grant mercy to our weak, help to our helpless, etc. And we shall never fail you. So that bit is like, here's the deal. We're putting it out there. We'll give you, when you call the banners, we'll come and help. When we'll put some money up as sort of to you. We'll give you things that you require from us in return. Rule us wisely. In return, show us mercy, etc. That bit is the deal. It's the second bit that grabs some attention because we get this swearing it by earth and water, and then swearing it by bronze and iron, and then swearing it by ice and fire. What does this signify? Does it signify that George R. R. Martin had extra thoughts about earth and water that he kind of pruned out? I don't think so. I think it's more this is what you'd expect from House Reed. Earth and water is that's what the neck's about. This is marshlands, penlands. It's earth and water is their land. So if they're going to swear by anything, it's that. Bronze and iron is sort of a throwback to First Men, to show that they're from the First Men, bronze and iron. And then the ice and fire is the bit that obviously catches your attention, because if you go hunting for the phrase ice and fire in A Song of Ice and Fire, you'll find it's only said in, I think, 3 contexts, and as a phrase. This is one of them. The second one is Rhaegar, when Dany's in the House of the Undying, and she gets this vision of Rhaegar, and he's got his son there and says, his is the Song of Ice and Fire. And then the third one, Jon mentions it in passing, ice and fire. So it's like one of those moments when you're watching a TV show and they go, oh, they mentioned the title of the episode. It's like, this is the thing they're wanting us to focus in on. That's the idea we've got here. Oh, we should pay attention to this. I think at the highest level, this is just George R. R. Martin saying these people are important because they know stuff. Even if this is just they've got the memory of this in the vows that they've done, ice and fire is there. So I don't think that the important thing is the earth and water part here. I think that is just an expression of who they are, their culture. Earth and water is very much what they're about. I think the important thing is to use this as a way of drawing our attention to the importance of House Reed to the plot. Let's go to Carl Carstnark summarizing: Earth plus water equals mud magic, aka swamp sorcery. Yeah, I mean, this is what they're about. Red-handed one. I intend to write this up properly at some point, but would love your opinion. The Night's King was a Stark, and his betrayal lost House Stark hereditary rule of the Wall, and were forced to implement democratic rule in order to preserve the Watch. The idea of the Night's King's name was deliberately erased is just an add-on to make the story more sinister, because the actual Night's King was called Brandon Stark, so the name was forgotten simply because there is a Brandon Stark in pretty much every generation. Well, I'm literally, today I was writing a video with the working title of Is the Night's King a Stark? So keep an eye out, probably in a couple of weeks, for that. I always spoil videos, I do, but I don't think. I mean, what you're you're suggesting is that they used to rule the wall. I don't think that is entirely right, and that doesn't seem to work for me. But well, I'll spoil my video. I was just trying to work a way of talking my way around this, but I'll just spoil my video. I did a few videos a while ago. This is sort of the end of a sort of series, looking at, you may remember some of the videos, looking at the Starks and Winterfell, looking at why must there always be a Stark in Winterfell, what's going on with the statues, what happens when the Starks do leave Winterfell, that kind of thing. And one of the overarching things there, I haven't quite worked my way through this yet, but one of the overarching things there is this question that it lingers at the back of my brain whenever I'm going through those issues, which is why? Why the Starks? Because this doesn't feel like a kind of a reward. There's clearly some magic involved here with the Starks, binding them to Winterfell. Every generation, the king, the lord, their spirit is sucked down into the crypts and is bound there. We read of this. Ned Stark thinks of those spirits as being vengeful spirits, being kept in there by the sword across their knees. They don't want to be there, but they're tied in there, and that feels not so much as like some kind of great reward. Oh, this is fantastic old house. It feels closer to like a sort of a punishment or a curse or something along those lines, particularly when you think the start of Winterfell wasn't the castle that we know above ground. That emerged many years later. Winterfell, in its first iteration, was the crypts and the weirwood above and maybe a tower. That's it. And the crypts, they started at the bottom level and worked their way up. Most crypts, you start where you are, and then the further in you go, the older you get. The oldest bits is right down at the bottom, and then they come up, and then they come up another level, and then they come up another level, as if whoever made them in the first place thought, this is going to be thousands of years. This is going to happen. Thousands of years of the King of Winter. When they die, their spirit gets sucked down here and bound here. Which makes me wonder, what did the Starks do to deserve that? I do wonder whether this is connected with the Night's King. Was the Night's King a Stark? Is this in some way connected into why the Starks are bound there? Because this is their punishment for this? I don't know. I haven't yet worked through this in great detail, but this is the starting point for my thought process. Put some comments down in the afterwards, or put it in the chat. I'd love to know your thoughts on it, because there's something going on there. Some big magic was done to make sure that the Starks stay there, to keep those Stark spirits there, even though they don't want to. Why? So that's the sort of question I'm trying to answer. Cast Ballerina, mini headcanon. The prince that was promised and Azor Ahai Reborn are two different people. I mean, absolutely. We may well end up with a lot of people thinking that. And if you're looking for it, the situation we broadly have right now is, if we discount Stannis for a moment, Dany is being heralded as Azor Ahai Reborn. And Jon is being held up by Bloodraven, at least in secret, as the prince that was promised. So they may kind of coexist as two different people. The irony is that Melisandre and Maester Aemon, who perhaps embody the thinking of each of those different kind of prophetic traditions, they seem to think the two terms basically meant the same thing. But people may well give them different titles. So a quick flick through the chat. Kelly Summers saying it's always been weird to me that the crypts are filled in reverse, like there's a prophecy or some reason the builders knew how long Winterfell would last. Yeah, absolutely. Andrew Case saying it could be atonement with the Starks, the Bloodstone Emperor, and Azor Ahai overlap. It might be a similar dynamic at work. Agree. Weirwood saying the tree in the Godswood has someone in its roots. Interesting. BKC 2024 saying maybe it's about why Brandon the Bloody Blade earned his name. Northern Tommy saying discounting Stannis has been many people's last mistake. Yeah, I see where you come from. So yeah, there's a lot of good thoughts there. Okay, let's go with Seesaw saying, I wish you'd use a better mic for your live streams. Yeah, I apologize. I do have a better mic down here. I haven't managed to get it hooked up yet. So that will happen at some point in the next 2 or 3 weeks. Let's go to Lord Medici saying, not a piece of headcanon that would significantly affect the story, but one I feel quite certain about. We're told House Blackwood lived at the edge of the Wolfswood until they were pushed out by the Starks. I think that forest was probably called the Blackwood prior to the Starks' conquest, and the house ruling that area took its name after it, which they retain until the present day. Once the Starks had taken over, they renamed the forest as the Wolfswood in honor of the animal in their banners. I would also add that as much as the idea there must always be a Stark in Winterfell might have all sorts of magical layers, there is also a more practical political motivation to market the phrase. It might date back to a similar era as the renaming of the forest as a broader campaign of establishing Stark legitimacy. On the second point, absolutely, yes, whatever other prophetic things going on there, it definitely was in the Starks' interest to have there must always be a Stark in Winterfell as a well-known phrase and saying that kind of adds to their legitimacy. On your first point, the idea that the Blackwoods, House Blackwood, we know them from the Riverlands, they were before, millennia ago, they were in the north. To the west of Winterfell in the Wolfswood, effectively. And the Starks kicked them out down south, and that's why they ended up in the Riverlands. So I really like this idea that, and I don't think we'll ever get confirmation of it, but I really like the idea that this used to be called Blackwood. It used to be called the Blackwood, but then when the Starks took it over, they renamed it the Wolfswood. But that makes sense to me. So thank you for that. Let's go to Jinty M saying, my headcanon is I think lemons symbolize an ideal childhood being stolen or corrupted by adults using children for their own ends. And then you've got a couple of examples. Dani constantly thinking about the house with the red door and its lemon tree as her proper childhood. Sansa associated with lemons through her loving lemon cakes. In the Game of Thrones, we learn that she links lemon cakes with the courtly South and her fantasies of living a courtly life, as in the favourite songs. So also you get Arya's identity, where you get Lemon Cloak not being where he was meant to be, protecting the orphaned children at the crossroads, leaving them vulnerable. So a Lemon Cloak, prioritizing vengeance and glory over protecting children. I love this. I mean, I know no notes. I think that this is, in terms of sort of overarching themes, lemons definitely as like this kind of idealistic childhood that gets taken away by the adults in some way. It works really well. Ghost Dog saying, "Hi, Robert. My personal headcanon is that Skagos is actually pretty normal and a relatively decent place to live, and that the stories of cannibalism and savagery is just a facade maintained by the locals to scare off would-be raiders. Looking at the larger story, I think the normalcy and peaceful isolation of Skagos will be the driving force behind Davos leaving Rickon right where he is, opposed to inserting him back into the war-torn North and the Game of Thrones." What do you think? Well, we've only seen in Skagos very briefly in a sort of a wolf dream, really. John kind of dreams through ghosts into Shaggy Dog, and we see a goat with one horn, which we're pretty sure is Skagos. So what we know is limited. Might it be this wonderful place to be? Probably not. It would appear slightly out of place in the north, which is where it is. Most of that far north, it's quite grim because it's cold, and the resources they have to get through the winter are limited. That said, almost certainly the rumors of cannibalism and unicorns are overblown. So it's probably going to be somewhere in the middle. I would, however, say that Davos is not the kind of person to just give up on his mission and go, "Oh, actually, you know what, this is kind of nice. You can stay here." Because that would mean him going back to Stannis and saying, "Well, yeah, I did. I went on this really long trip, and I could have managed to get the most important surviving and richest surviving house in the north on your side, but I decided to let the Rickon Stark stay in Skagos, so you don't get the support of the Manderleys. Sorry about that." That doesn't really align with Davos. Davos seems to have happily gone on this mission, and is trying to get support for Stannis, who he is very loyal to. Magma Frost saying, "Hi, Robert. I've been thinking about the honeyed locusts recently, and I think they can't have possibly been intended to kill Daenerys. Strong Belwas ate the entire large bowl of locusts, eating them by the handful, and only almost killed him. His survival is credited to his size and constitution, but I would say that actually the opposite is true. It was only his gluttony that put him in real danger." So, would anyone realistically expect her to eat enough of them in order to get a lethal dose? So it wasn't a deadly poison, and the confectioner confessed after being tortured that he poisoned them, but the series repeatedly shows us that torture does not produce reliable information. So, who is the culprit? What do they actually want? Could they have just wanted her to be unwell, leave the opening ceremony to make her look bad? So in this case, undecided whether Hisdar or Skahaz is the most likely culprit. So what's going on here? So towards the end of A Dance with Dragons, Dany has been ruling Meereen for a while, and she finally decides that she has to, one concession after another. She marries Hisdar. She accepts Hisdar, who has said to her, "We have to reopen the fighting pits." She allows that to happen. In return, then the Harpies they're going to stand down. So that's the kind of the deal that she's made. She's not happy about it, but she thinks this is her trying to be a grown-up and manage the city in a good way. She has to go to the opening night of the pit. And when she's there, she has to sit through all these fights. There's this array of food out before her. Hisdar says, "You should really try these locusts. They're really nice. You should have some." And Dany's like, "No." He says, Go on, have some." And she's like, I think I'll just have a little bit of this stuff over here. Strong Belwas, however, is like, what? I love honey locusts. Nom 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 nom, and he eats all of them. He then goes, oh, I'm feeling a bit bad. He starts getting an upset stomach, but our attention is not on that. Our attention is the fact that this is the moment at which Drogon arrives back. Dany goes in, gets onto the back of Drogon, and flies off. And she sort of absent-mindedly thinks, "Oh, was he poisoned? What was going on there?" And we find out a little bit later that yeah, it does seem that it was those locusts, the honeyed locusts, and everyone just thinks these must have been aimed at Dany because they were there. Strong Belwas happened to eat them. He is massive, Strong Belwas, and he nearly dies from this. This isn't just a little bit of poisoning. He nearly dies from this. Just kind of pulls through. He loses a lot of weight. He's out of action for a long time. So then we get this investigation. Who did this? And it doesn't really reach a conclusion. Now, I think I'm sort of... I haven't reached a full conclusion myself yet, I will admit. I will do a video on it at some point. But I think we can draw some conclusions. If this was aimed at Dany, I think it probably was. I don't think it was aimed at Strong Belwas. If this was aimed at Dany, then Hisdar was in some way involved because he was the person trying to get her to do it. But also this seems to be someone who doesn't really understand her. Doesn't know her that well, because she, and this is a fun nerdy deep dive if you ever want to go through it, if you just go through the books to see what does Dany eat. George R. R. Martin loves describing food. He loves describing rich flavors and different types of food, banquets, feasts, everything. But Dany tends not to really partake in that. She's got really simple tastes. She'll just have a little bit of flatbread. She doesn't drink much, maybe a little sip of a glass of wine every now and then. She's a few olives here, nothing much. So whoever it was, if they were trying to poison her, they didn't know her. So who could it have been? Well, lots of people had motivations. I absolutely understand your thought process that eating all of them still didn't kill Strong Belwas. So are we really expecting that they should have killed Dany? Well, maybe. Certainly you'd expect that if she had eaten all of them, that would have been a lethal dose as far as we can tell. If she'd eaten half of them, that probably still would have been. Strong Belwas is a big guy, and she's really quite little. So there's no reason to think, I think, that this was just an attempt at making her look bad by making her have to leave the fighting pits at some point. This probably wasn't, however, I think, Hisdar. This is my instinct now. When I look into it properly, I may change my mind. It doesn't feel like this is Hisdar, as much as the fact that he was the one pushing it. He has actually got a really good deal going on at this point. He's married her, and he's got the fighting pits back, and he's actually the man of the moment. So is it in his best interests to immediately be trying to murder her? I mean, you could argue if he can do it, he can then claim that he's now the ruler. But he's achieved the thing he wants to achieve. If he'd wanted to poison her, he could have done that a lot earlier. So is it the Harpies? Probably not. But I think this is one of those ones that I am going to say, let me do a video on this. Because It is a mystery. I love trying to solve these kind of mysteries. I think the evidence is there. I think George R. Martin has probably given us the evidence. Let me know if you've got an idea. Then BKC 2024 saying Daenerys like dates. Yeah, absolutely. Um, uh, the Honeyed Locusts is a good D&D pub name. Absolutely. Yeah, so I think there's a mystery here, and let me take that one away. Lorelei Dragon saying, good evening, Sir Robert. Thank you, and to you too. I'm not sure where this falls as far as tinfoil, but I've been thinking about the comparison of the ending of A Song of Ice and Fire and Lord of the Rings. It feels to me like narratively, Bran is more like Frodo and Jon is more like Aragorn, which makes it seem to me like a more satisfying ending would be Jon sitting on the Iron Throne, perhaps reluctantly, and Bran removing himself from society, perhaps retiring to the Isle of Faces. This seems quite different from the accepted fan canon of Bran becoming king and Jon leaving the Seven Kingdoms to go north. I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts. So, yes, the accepted fan canon theory is that Bran will become king and Jon will leave Seven Kingdoms. And that, I'll say up front, is what I think is the most likely. The reason is that one of the three WTF moments that we're told when they did the handover meeting, George R. R. Martin did a handover meeting with the showrunners, and they said there were three moments, and it's like, what? One of which was Hodor, one of which was Shireen, and the other was who was going to be sitting on the Iron Throne at the end. And so that as far as we can tell, that came from George R. R. Martin. And it also fits with what his first scene was, what his first thought was. The first character he thought of in the whole story was Bran. And the first scene he thought of was that one with the direwolf pups. And so he's got Bran, and so Bran needs some siblings, and then he worked his way out from there. So that's the starting point of this. And so him becoming king fits the Fisher King idea as well. If you're wanting the kind of the legendary stuff, you mentioned Arthur Avalon there. So that kind of works with that trope. Jon, my long time take is that Jon is being written like Aragorn, but actually he's Frodo. He's written as this prophesied returning king, but actually he's the person who's got this great burden. He will do it, and then at the end of it, he saves the world for everyone else and not himself. The subtle imagery is there for Jon, who has a best friend called Sam, and also Pippin, and he hasn't got Merry, but he's got Dolorous Ed. So that kind of fits for him as well. At this stage, George R. R. Martin could go either way, but I think I'm sticking with the fan consensus on this one. It just fits better with where we are. I don't think Jon will want to rule the Seven Kingdoms. He's not particularly wanted to rule anywhere, and I think Bran, as representative of the Weirwood Network, probably will. A.D. Ross, greetings, Sir Robert. My headcanon is possibly more head confusion than anything. I very much like the idea of dragons being the result of Valyrian crossbreeding of wyverns, fireworms, and other nasties, plus imbuing of dragon DNA. We hear of supposedly wild dragons all over Planetos, and yet the evidence seems to point to the Valyrian freehold being the only place to have dragons. For example, if they were a wild creature, so widespread and so powerful, how come they're extinct? As far as we can see in world material. do you think there's any scenario in which these contradictory points, so the Danes are the descendants of the Dawn Empire with their almost Valyrian looks? I don't really know how to square these ideas. So, dragons did once roam over the world, then got domesticated. So, George R. R. Martin has answered this, I think, in his own way. It was a bit of a moan about House of the Dragon, which is about dragons roaming. And he said dragons do not roam. He was very clear about this. He said that one of the most important points he thinks in the idea of how dragons work in his world is that they stay in their area and they don't just sort of head off 100 miles one place and they go, oh, I like this area now, I'll stay here for a bit. They stay where they are. Unless ridden by somebody somewhere, they will largely stay in their own local area. And he says this is really important because if you go to the Doom of Valyria, for example, what you find is that the dragons were all in Valyria. There were a couple of exceptions, a few which were elsewhere. There were some in Lys. The Targaryens had obviously taken theirs away, etc. But other than that, the other dragons in the world were in Valyria because they don't roam. You don't get a random dragon who has yet to be bonded to someone or claimed, who just like wakes up one morning and goes, "Oh, I think I'll just fly off north for a while and see what's up there." They don't. They stay in their local area. So that, I think, is part of the equation that we've got going on here. And the Valyrians seem to have domesticated is the wrong word, but you'll understand what I mean. Domesticated all the dragons that were around, with the possible exception of some far away off in the east. Before them, dragons were, it would appear, based on the hints that George R. R. Martin has given us, they did roam a little bit more. There were once dragons over the skies of Westeros many, 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 many years ago. So the implication is that whatever the Targaryens, or not Targaryens, the Valyrians did to dragons to bond them to themselves, took away that roaming instinct. I hope that answered your question, but let me know if it didn't. So Steve, there's a scene in Fire and Blood shortly after the dance where Alice Rivers reappears and claiming to have Aemon's child. I think it's at Harrenhal, and some knights are sent to engage with her or retake the castle. The story that is told is that she made someone's head explode with magic, but as it is a historic recounting, it is written that it was most likely a crossbow bolt that was loosed. As this is a history written by the Maesters, my headcanon is that this was actually some magic, and she exploded that guy's head. A little dash of hard magic. Yeah, I like that. This is one of the things at the end of Fire and Blood. And one of the loose threads, we've got 3 or 4 of these loose threads at the end of Fire and Blood. I mean, George R. R. Martin did a good job of stopping it at a point where there weren't many loose threads, but this is one of them. Alice Rivers, you remember Alice Rivers? She's in Harrenhal. She claims to have Aemon's son, Aemon's child. And she basically claims, he's the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms, and also she's now the ruler of Harrenhal. And the Targaryens who left, they sort of send some people off to sort of take her on, and then she basically says, don't say anything. And he disobeys her, and his head explodes. Could this have been, as the Maesters would say, could this be somebody with a crossbow? Absolutely, it could. But it's a better story with the magic. And Alice Rivers does appear to be magical. So, yeah, in my headcanon, why not? Let's say this was a magical thing. What we're waiting to see is what happens with her, though, because she does not survive. We don't get an alternative Targaryen succession based in Harrenhal, so this does not last long. Then we get Yeldenil saying, "Hi, Robert. Too tired to think of a proper headcanon. Likely to be asleep. Well, I hope you're sleeping well. I have an audience headcanon, perhaps. Elena Tyrell is probably my favourite character on the World of Ice and Fire, and I love Diana Rigg's portrayal of her. My headcanon is that her character had the best ending in the show, that the least people are mad about. Yeah, I mean, we often, for good reason, are a bit down on the showrunners in Game of Thrones, but I think sometimes we have to off our caps and say, yep, that was pretty good. There's a reason why we love that TV show. And Diana Rigg was outstanding in that role, and her ending, "Tell Cersei it was me," that was a great way to go. That was not, maybe George R. R. Martin gave them the outline of that, but that was written and delivered perfectly. So yes, very happy with that. Donna Daly saying, "My headcanon is that all the prophecies that are expected to happen within the series are actually about the main 5 characters: Jon, Dany, Tyrion, Arya, and Bran. That, of course, means I go against some conventional wisdom. For example, I think the Valonqar is Tyrion and not Jaime. I guess that also means I see the rest of the characters as a distraction, a fun and cool distraction that I wouldn't be without, but still a distraction." Yeah, I mean, I like the idea. I don't think it holds up with most prophecies. I mean, it depends what you count as being a prophecy. So the Ghost of High Heart, for example, says a lot of stuff that isn't anything to do with those 5 main characters, about what will happen to so Euron killing Balon Greyjoy, for example, Sansa's role in the Purple Wedding. There's a lot there. So there are prophecies about other characters. If you're thinking the main prophecies are about those 5, perhaps, but there are prophecies about those other characters as well. And similarly, the Woods Witch, with all the prophecies about Cersei, then they're not all about those 5 main characters. Yeah, it's I like the thinking, but I think that there is a lot of prophecy. When you dig into it, lots of prophecy going on. Catherine Furseth saying, "Hi, Robert. Great topic. Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. In the House of the Undying, Danny hears this. I have come for the gift of truth," Danny said. "In the long hall, the things I saw, were they true visions or lies? Past things or things to come? What did they mean? The shape of shadows, morrows not yet made. Drink from the cup of ice, drink from the cup of fire." I've always assumed that the last part, "drink from the cups of ice and fire," means something about the necessity of combining ice and fire in the fight against the others, i.e. it's about her and Jon. What do you think? Yeah, possibly. But with this, in the House of the Undying, you can very broadly split her prophecies, or the vision she has, into 3 clumps. I'm not going to do a full breakdown of this now, but she goes into this long hall and she looks through a few doors and she gets to see a few things. So that she sees the vision of Rhaegar, she sees the vision of the house with the red door and the lemon tree, a few different things. Those seem pretty clear and explainable. That's what she's asking about here. She's asking, are they true visions or lies, past things to come? If she sits down and thinks about it, she'll know which ones are visions of the past, and she'll at some point figure out the rest. Then there's this slightly more structured set of prophecies, where they Slayer of Lies, and you shall know 3 treasons, etc. It's very structured. And then it's the third bit. You get what can only really be described as this blizzard of images coming at her, and this is kind of like the introduction bit to that. So, yes, drink from the cup of ice, drink from the cup of fire. This is an ice and fire reference. If we're assuming that she and John will get together, then yes, this may well be a sort of a hint towards that. But I, I think we should take all of these with a big pinch of salt. This is just, they're almost the Undying at this point. They're wanting to get her. They're wanting to get her dragons, and they're just going to start throwing things at her. So the feeling we get from this is that they're just saying stuff, prophetic stuff, more, 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 more. Let's just confuse her so she doesn't really know what's going on, and then we'll get her. Kai's Ballerina. Rob was love potioned. Yes, absolutely. I agree with this 100%. I think that, you can find my thoughts on it in. It wasn't a video that was obviously about this. I think it was probably a video about Maggie the Frog, which if you watch the video, you'll get the link. But yes, I think Rob was the victim of a love potion. And then the berries caused Dany to miscarry in the Dothraki Sea. She'd gone months without a period, and the flow was unusually heavy. Yeah, again, so this is towards the end of A Dance with Dragons. Dany is flown off into the Dothraki Sea by Drogon, and then Drogon just kind of pieces out for a while, and she's not got things to eat, and so she has to like grab, here's some berries, I hope they're okay, eats them, and the way that she interprets it, upset stomach, and plenty of other upset things going on, but yeah, the berries caused her to miscarry. It seems like a reasonable interpretation to me. Buttoned up reader, will John bond to a dragon? And what would it mean to walk into a very intelligent creature? I wonder if this would also be seen as an abomination. Will he bond to a dragon? I mean, I think that's my... Even without what happened on the TV show, I think that would be my central premise. It kind of works if we're on the assumption he is a Targaryen, and he is Rhaegar's son. If Rhaegar is there, that would work really well for him to sort of bond with that dragon. And how does this work with walking into a very intelligent creature? I think it's worth pointing out these are two different things. So skin changing and bonding seem very different. From the Targaryen perspective, we never hear them thinking, oh, I'm now going to slip into the mind of my dragon, and I'm going to control what my dragon's doing, and I'm going to see through my dragon's eyes. That isn't what happens. It's a strong bond, but it's not like you being in the animal. That's what skin changing is. That's what John does with Ghost, unintentionally a lot of the time, but that's what he does there. So I don't think we're looking at him skin changing in. I think we might be looking at him bonding with the dragon. As for a very intelligent creature, George R. Martin was actually once asked how intelligent are dragons, and he said, imagine the same intelligence as a very intelligent dog. So imagine like a sheepdog or a dog that's clever. They understand what's going on, and that's the kind of level. We're not talking human level intelligence. We're not talking like really stupid, but yeah, a clever animal. Gadzuk, can anyone explain the love potion thing? I haven't heard this. I will give the very headline version of this, which is that. So Rob we know that he marries Jane Westerling. So he sleeps with her, he marries her. This happens very quickly. It catches everybody by surprise. Um, he kind of like is, oh, it's the honorable thing to do. Um, but still, people are like, really? Surely he must have realized that this would have political ramifications. Um, could he not just have not done that? So there's already a hint of suspicion there. But then we find out a little bit later when Jamie takes River Run and he finds Sybil Spicer, who is Jane's mother. And she basically says, so I did what your father asked. They married. That clearly disrupted the relationship with the Freys, and so that was what Tywin Lannister wanted. In return for this, she gets a lot. Actually, she gets her family marry into 3 or 4 other families. They get an entirely new. They get a gold mine. They get Castamere. Where House Rain used to be. So she gets a lot from this. And the question is, how could she be so sure she could make Rob marry her daughter? And yes, she could say, hey, Rob, you can stay here in this room. Hey, daughter, go on, you look after him. She could hope, but she couldn't guarantee it. The only way she could guarantee it is if it was through some sort of a love potion. Is there any way that she might have known how to do a love potion? Well, her grandmother was Maggie the Frog. This is a link, if you've not come across this before, but it's a fascinating link. Her grandmother was Maggie the Frog. We get in our minds Maggie the Frog was like this kind of woods witch somewhere out in the forest, because this is what we saw on the TV show. The reality is she was married to a rich merchant, and she had a business and she was known right across all of Lannisport. People came out to see her, and she specialized in her son was made a noble. She specialized in love potions to the extent that 2 or 3 characters, Kevin Lannister says, oh yeah, I remember Maggie the Frog, she was the love potion person. So Maggie the Frog, her speciality wasn't doing prophecies about the Valonqar, her speciality was love potions. And her granddaughter was Sybil Spicer. Now, is it entirely possible that Sybil Spicer could have learnt a little bit of that? Very. It certainly explains how she could have been so confident that she could get Rob to fall in love with her daughter. Okay, let's go to a question from Madeline. I've got 2 more questions from my patrons. Now's a good time to drop any more questions into the chat. We've been going for quite a while, but to drop some more questions into the chat if you wish. Madeline Tyrell Dane saying, hi Robert, thank you for putting your main channel videos on Spotify. Oh yeah, you're very welcome. If you're unaware, all of these videos now, I'm going through my back catalogue first, so I'm uploading 1 a day over at the moment on Spotify. If you find this more easier to watch these, they're being uploaded as video podcasts. So you get the video as well as on my main channel videos. This is the video as well as the audio over on Spotify. So if you find it easier to listen over there, go and do that. I will also at some point do that for other podcast providers, so keep an eye out for that at some point in the next few weeks. But yeah, if you find it easier, go over there. Madeline's saying, my headcanon is that the prophecy about Rhaego, that's Dany's son, was correct. and that he was going to be the stallion who mounts the world, and even Azor Ahai. And I think because he was going to be so powerful and important, his life was able to be traded for bringing back the dragons. That makes Miri Mazdur a rare example of someone who actually stops a prophecy, which was going to come true, from coming true. Yes, but with a big asterisk. I think you're right that if you go to the Dany chapter, you know the bit when she eats the horse's heart. The reason for that is that the Dosh Kalin they then prophesy about this baby that she's going to have, and it's actually kind of a little bit spooky because they start doing this, and then this kind of look comes over their faces, like actually this is kind of scary. This is the stallion who mounts the world. This is your child will be one of the most consequential figures in the history of the world. Just getting rid of charging across villages and pillaging and whatever else to the ends of the world. So that is the prophecy which is made there. And Miri Mazdur hears this, and she, as part of what she does, as we know, as part of what she does, she makes Dany lose her child. So yes, that is somebody who seemingly stops the prophecy. Dany, in retaliation, she kills Miri Mazdur. Now, she learns from what Miri Mazdur has done one of the most important things. Only death can bring life. And she gives her this little speech, and she sort of says, I have to thank you because I know I need fire in order to hatch these dragons. She doesn't say it quite like this, but it's pretty clear. She wants to hatch these dragon eggs. And she says, I know I need fire. And I've got this red comet that's going overhead. That's all good, but I didn't realize I need a sacrifice, and now you're the sacrifice, and my son's a sacrifice, etc., etc. And so then the fire happens, dragons are hatched. So yes, you're absolutely right that she does. Miri Mazdur does stop that prophecy from happening, but if you get to the last lines from Miri Mazdur, she suddenly seems to realize what's about to happen. And this look of fear comes into her eyes because she realizes that, yes, she stopped Dany's child from being the stallion who mounts the world. But in so doing, she has made Dany become the mother of dragons who are going to cause even more damage and trauma to the world from her perspective. So this is one of those examples of George R. R. Martin. He's taken the prophecy and he's saying, yes, so somebody did stop this, but the prophecy still carries on in another way that you never would have thought. Corpus Codex saying, good evening. My small headcanon is that the others are looking for a northerner whose blood smokes. In the very first chapter of Game of Thrones, the others laugh at Waymar after they see his blood. In A Dance with Dragons, after Makaro heals Victarion's hand, wisps of black smoke rose from his fingers. If Jon is resurrected by Melisandre, my headcanon is that his blood will be hot to smoking when spilled, and a sign the others are looking for. I like the thinking here. That prologue to book one is you can read many things into that. My take is that the others, it's not the blood that's the issue, it's the breaking of the sword. That's the moment when they start effectively laughing. That's the moment that they realize their victory. It's actually the sword breaking. And that tallies with my idea about what's going on there is that they've come back, they've found what looks like to be one of the leaders of the Night's Watch, and they remember or have stories of the last long night. And what happened in the last long night? Dragon steel, Valyrian steel, the thing which could kill them. The Night's Watch had that, and that was with the Battle for the Dawn. So the stories go, and that led to their defeat. Here they are. They found this member of the Night's Watch. Looks like a leader. They're fighting. This is not Valyrian steel. It shatters. So that's the moment that they're happy. Yes, cutting him in his blood, that seems to cheer them because it proves that humans are still vulnerable to them. But the fact that they haven't got Valyrian steel means that they are not able to kill the others easily. Christina B, can't wait to rewatch. Excellent. My favourite headcanon lately is that Drogo was turned into a horse by Miri Mazdur. Credit to Glidus and Alt-Shrift X for corrupting me. Well, I mean, I think Glidus is always thinking people are a horse, isn't he? But, well, I don't know if there's a serious thing there, but I think the answer is hat tip to those two. B Rose, thank you very much. I didn't see a question attached to that. Oh, no question. Just wanted to show my love and support. Well, I hugely appreciate that. Okay, I think with that, let's just say what we're going to do next week. Possibly we'll do, I've been meaning to do a Lord of the Rings one for a while. Possibly we'll do The Witch King. That might be quite a fun one to do. And after that, I'm not sure. Put some suggestions down there. Let me know. Okay, so what's coming up on the main channel? Videos there. If you're interested in deep sleep, go and check that out. Interested in watching my videos over on Spotify, go and check that out. Moderators, you are amazing as always. Thank you so much. If you're there in the chat live, do show them a bit more love. They absolutely deserve it. They are fantastic. Patrons, thank you. If you are watching this back a little bit later, appearing somewhere around here is a link to other live streams that I've done. Appearing somewhere around here is a link to Patreon, which is the best way to support this channel if you so wish. Behind me, in case you've been wondering, well, this is fantastic. That's Bloodraven, wonderful artwork created by Sanrexian. Do go and check out Sanrexian. And I think that is it. Take care, everyone, and I will see you again soon.